He can't
Yeah, I
come with me?
can't. Please, can I help?
No, you can't join me there.
Oh, don't do this, please.
Please.
Oh,
Someone's
God.
got to help him get home. This is terrible. You can't do this. This is insane.
Hold on to that for me.
Is that okay with you?
Please. You don't have that with handcuffs on her. She's not going anywhere. Please. Please.
You have anything in your pocket?
No.
Do you have anything of value in you?
No, I
Plus you have a necklace on. You
Wanna
can
go?
take the
My-
necklace
I'll
off.
take
Yeah, take it off. Yeah.
And the earrings.
And the earrings, the
True back in true crime. From New York City, Roberta Glass is now on the record. Okay. How is everybody? Wanted to talk today about Donna Adelson's trial starting Tuesday. Lights, camera, action. And she's getting into her role. Now, of course, I've predicted, and I think I may be wrong, early on. Hold on one second. I predicted that she was going to play up her age and that it would be a kind of Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby-ish, where Bill Cosby, if anybody remembers, became blinder than ever. Harvey Weinstein came with a walker. It was like pushing that walker. It wasn't like holding him up. It was like he was just like pushing that thing through. Showed that video, and I thought, well, maybe she's going to really play up her age because that's really the only thing that she has going for her is her age, and hoping that the jury will have sympathy for her because she's a grandmother on trial, something that we don't often see. However, it's come to my attention from those of you who watch STS that I may be wrong, because apparently, this is according to the reporting on STS podcast, they've never seen anything like it in Leon County Jail. Donna Adelson has been bringing in clothing, full image consulting to, like, she's like Rashbaum's her stylist, to try on outfits in jail for her debut at her trial. Now, I get it. This trial's getting a lot of attention. Like, let's not be totally heartless. I don't think anybody would want to be on trial for a charge like this. However, I would hope no one in my audience, including and myself, would do a crime like this. However, can't be fun to be in the spotlight and have a zillion people comment on every burp and fart that you do in court. Hopefully no farting, but every little hair out of place, et cetera, et cetera. And because Donna hasn't spoken very much in court, I think the first hearing, was where we heard the most from Donna. I think we're really anxious to hear her talk, no? So I think this is one of these things where I think we're all waiting for Donna to talk, and we've only heard her really talk to us through the jail calls with Charlie and the undercover and the wiretaps. That's how we've gotten to know Donna, and through Ruth Markel's book and the Over My Dead Body podcast. But she's still this kind of shadowy figure in this story. Her personality is big, though, we'll say that. But maybe she really, I think why so many dresses? Well, I have a theory on that. Why so many dresses, and why is she having the right look? Why is the right look so important? And I think it's because if you listen to Charlie's jail calls, he talks about people in Tallahassee making so much money and making $35,000 a year and looking at him like he's an alien, meaning these unsuccessful people can't relate to me, the successful guy. And I was listening to his jailhouse calls with Janice, the housekeeper, who was living in his home and seemed most concerned that he was going to sell that home and she would no longer have a rent-free place to live. She was taking care of his dog. Boy, was that an interesting call on second or third listen. I picked up so much stuff I missed the first time round. Charlie Adelson is offering his dog to Janice as if he has a choice. And he's like, well, there's a lot of, and Janice is like, of course I'm going to take care of your dog. Of course he wouldn't be comfortable with anyone else. And Charlie Adelson is like, well, you're my first choice. I have a lot of options, meaning this is the gift I'm bestowing on you. Softening the blow for when they have to sell the home out from under her. He's got so many options. Meanwhile, I have so many options of who can take care of my dog. Forget Wendy. Never heard of Wendy and a pet. The only time we've ever heard of a pet is from the Wheel of Fortune that Donna was on, their dog Sam. Never heard of Wendy owning a pet or doing anything for Charlie, period. And his parents are about to flee to a non-extradition country, i.e. Vietnam. So they can't take the dog. Where is the dog going to go? Can't go to Katie. She's in prison. Who is it going to go to? One of your busy dentist doctor friends? Or some of your clients that you sold roids to? I mean, what are we talking about here, Charlie? I mean, you know the phrase, no one knows you when you're down and out? Boy, did that call hammer home that thing. That phrase. So I think what she's doing is she's making sure that she doesn't look too polished, that she looks respectable, but not too rich, not too intimidating. She looks pitiful, but not incompetent, right? I think she is getting ready for what she told Wendy to do. Put on a performance of a lifetime. Be a great actress. So I think she's looking for the right librarian look. This is something when I went to Ghislaine Maxwell's trial. Ghislaine Maxwell would be wearing these sweaters, these cashmere sweaters and slacks, and looking like someone like a librarian, basically. And I would think Donna is going for a similar look. Right? I just got interrupted from my needlepoint to come for my murder trial. I just put my needlepoint on hold. My knitting. I had to put my knitting away to come into court for my murder trial. Hold on, honey. Hold on. Is the jury here? And I'm curious if she's going to be using any of these aids that we keep hearing about, these kind of headphones and stuff. Pretty interesting. I don't know. But Leon County staff to say that they've never seen so many dresses and outfits come in, that's something. I'm sure they see all types there. Vain, all psychopaths are also narcissists, but not all narcissists are psychopaths. And I certainly put Donna in the psychopathic category. So before I move on with what we can expect at trial, lot to talk about. I'll tell you what I'm thinking a lot about right now is Charlie Adelson, because Donna Adelson can only have a repeat of Charlie Adelson's defense. I can't see anywhere else to go with her, with her defense, but Dan Rashbaum likes surprise defenses. Let me know which way you think she's going to go. But I've been reviewing a lot of Charlie Adelson's jailhouse calls, his trial, and looking to see if Donna is thinking about Charlie's trial and what she can do differently. Because she's optimistic to the end and thinks she's going to beat this rap. Okay, we'll get into all of it right after your comments. Let's get into your comments.
We got your comments. You had something to say. You were insightful. Oh, so clever. So Roberta's going to read your comments. Hey, Roberta, read those comments.
Okay. Mia Pura says, the way Donna is speaking about the Markells really is enraging. Right? Do you guys remember this? Well, they met for an hour at some eatery, and the kids said it was very weird. They were like strangers. They didn't hug them or kiss them. It was just for show. All for show. Exactly what the Adelsons do. It's all for show. Because they don't experience the deeper part of life, the Adelson family. Everything is about money and power and control and status and winning. Love, human connection. They can imitate it. They can say, oh, we'll be there for you, Charlie. We're there for you emotionally. But those phone calls are as much to support Charlie as they are to support Donna, because she's been living in fear of being arrested since 2016 or before, 14. I would say 16 is where it really heated up. Mia Pura, the way Donna is speaking about the Markells is really enraging. I wonder if she ever will try to put herself in their situation. If family member would kill her baby, Charlie or Wendy, and prevent her from having a relationship with her grandkids, how would she feel? Terrible human. She deserves everything coming her way. No empathy at all. Well, they feel that the Markells are terrible people from their cult world. There aren't any other people besides the Adelson family. You have to get into their cult world view. She can think about how Wendy feels or Charlie feels or someone else feels, and only in the way that she has to assess them in order to manipulate and control them. But her feelings and what she wants is what's right. So because she felt that Dan was a zealot and dangerous, they did something good for the kids, they feel. And she feels that she's being punished, right? It's nothing that she ever did. It's some kind of supernatural force that her family's being punished, that her one son doesn't talk to her. It's not anything that she did. And that her other son, meaning Robert, doesn't talk to her anymore, and Charlie might as well be dead. She feels she's suffering more than the Markells. And Wendy is a constant power struggle. And they did this all for really their own needs. Charlie needed to prove himself. Right? The Fredo of the family. He needed to be in control, right? Remember the family phrase, Charlie's never wrong because Charlie's always right? To show that he could do this and could be in charge and could please his mother. And Donna needed to do this also because nobody was going to get the best of them. They always had to win. This was much about winning. And that's so often how murderers feel, triumphant. They get the last word. They get the last laugh. The other person cannot speak anymore, which is why it's so important to be the voice of these victims. Because the accused murderers and the convicted murderers count on that. And unfortunately, our true crime media is not really good at giving victims, families, and victims a voice. They'll run to the accused murderer's defense team. Cop mom says, it amazes me. There are actual people in this world that believe that if you make $35,000 a year, that you're stupid. Stupid, a loser, not his kind of people, not a jury of his peers. Cop wife, you're absolutely right. That's what he means when he means hardworking. Anyone who works hard is a sucker. I know he says he works hard. That was his pretty much Charlie's whole defense, is that he works hard, running from dental office to dental office. But the people that work for little money, work hard for little money, are the suckers. Very much like an organized crime kind of mentality. Has anyone seen Goodfellas? We thought those people are suckers, the ones that wait in line. Do you remember that monologue that Henry Hill gives in Goodfellas? Or Wise Guys, if you're reading the book. Jennifer McIntyre says, Donna talking about how the Markells didn't act like they care about the boys in their visit and they barely knew them makes my blood boil. Yeah, certainly. Anyone who has an iota of sympathy for that old bag, meaning Donna, needs to listen to that clip acting as if they were superior to grieving in-laws who are strangers to their grandsons, all because of the Adelsons. Perfectly put, Jennifer McIntyre. You got it. Right on for the right on. Right on for the right on. That is exactly, you encapsulated exactly why that clip is so enraging. Here's another clip from Charlie talking about his trial. And he talks about how the jury were so determined to be unfair and not impartial, and were dying to convict him so much that they would have convicted his dog. Take a listen. And it's the same thing with the Dateline special, et cetera, et cetera. Take a listen to this. This is, of course, from Pretty Lies and Alibis channel. Gigi did a fantastic job with these jailhouse calls. Thank you, Gigi.
It was a Dateline special with photos. Give that a minute. Gary is back, so I'll talk to you, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep talking. Yeah.
But it was, listen, like, at the end of that, they were convicting my dog.
What did you say?
I said they would have convicted my dog.
Oh. I know.
There's no one they would have convicted.
You know, it was, the conviction was bad enough. It was the shock, because that was not expected. That was absolutely unexpected. That's,
No. I mean, it was like, it wasn't even a consideration for them. They deliberated for 2.5 hours. I mean, she's calling a mound of evidence, cut and paste text messages that don't show anything. It's the same messages they had in 16 and they didn't arrest me. All this stuff they had in 16, and Willie Meggs came out and said, this is not evidence. If you arrest him with what you have here now, go get ready for your civil suit. No.
Interesting, right? And what was Donna Adelson's lawyer now, who was Charlie Adelson's lawyer, and really was Donna and Harvey Adelson's lawyer before he became Charlie Adelson's lawyer, calling him the Pete Best of the Adelson family, the Adelson family, or whatever, like the Harry Nielsen from the Beatles, right? You know, like the fifth Beatle. And I know that's a positive connotation, but Dan Rashbaum has really become like the fifth Adelson family member here. This is exactly what Dan Rashbaum, excuse me, did I call him Dan Adelson? Did I just make that slip? Dan Rashbaum, Freudian slip there. Dan Rashbaum said, he argued that they could have convicted, or they had all this evidence is old evidence. Remember at these hearings? It's all old evidence. They could have convicted Donna then. They could have indicted her then, but they didn't. Why didn't they? They had all these calls then. Why didn't they? So this must be something that Dan Rashbaum said to Charlie. And Meg says it wasn't evidence. So you're going to do, this is how he hyped up the Adelson clan. This isn't real evidence. This isn't real evidence. And you'll see Tim Jansen wrote a piece about Donna's trial that I'm going to go through in a second. But it's very much from the perspective of a defense attorney. So Tim Jansen has said publicly that there isn't enough evidence to convict Wendy, that he thinks she's innocent. There have been rumors that he has, certainly there's been rumors that he has courted Wendy to represent her, wanted to represent her. I don't know if that's why I was saying that. But he was very publicly defending Wendy on Court TV, STS, I believe. Now he's written an article ahead of Donna's trial entitled that it's something like Donna Adelson's trial. It's linked in the description of this episode, is a test for the prosecutors and the defense attorneys. But really, it sounds like from the article that it's really a challenge somehow for the prosecutors that there's so little evidence against Donna. I'm not sure he understands this case or understands circumstantial evidence as a lawyer. Or do you just get in the mindset of a defense attorney where whatever evidence it is, you're convinced that you can talk your way out of it? Is that what happened here? Let me know what you guys think.
But what he didn't have was 6 more years of media pounding Tallahassee, telling them we know what happened. No, you don't know what happened.
It did not. It did not.
It had 6 years of media pounding the story. They have people thinking that the kids are being kept from the Martells because we're evil, horrible people. How about the Martells are trying to get innocent people arrested and their kids taken from them? How about the irony is the only people that were trying to keep grandkids away from anybody was Sanny. There's the Martells. That's the irony. And when they see the kids, they see them for an hour. They don't give them a hug or kiss. And they see them for an hour and they have no desire to see them again within the next year and a half. Okay, so they got their grandparents right. What do they do with it? Nothing.
So they, well, that didn't come because it hasn't passed, and it's not going to matter because even if it passed in the Florida legislature, even if it did, which it did not, I mean, part of it did, but it did not. It has nothing to do with anything. It's still up to Wendy. It has nothing to do with them. Grandparents have no rights in this country. None.
See, Wendy still has the control. That's what it's about. It's still up to Wendy. Grandparents have no rights. It's still up to Wendy. Wendy still has the control. We still won. And Dan was the person keeping the kids away. I mean, do you see how they project all their shortcomings? Jeri was too stupid, too prejudiced. This is why when they say, when I hear people say Charlie's going to come and turn on his mother, or Donna's going to take a plea deal or was offered a plea deal, I know it was gone over just as a formality. They have to say this is going to trial, any chance of a plea deal being offered. Georgia got up and said, no, we're not offering any plea deals. Mr. Rashbaum, are you offering any counter plea deals? No. No, these people will never admit guilt. They will go to their grave saying, we didn't do it. And what they mean by we didn't do it was we didn't leave enough evidence to convict us. We did it, but we're technically innocent because we don't believe there was really enough evidence to convict us. Dan's a closer. He did great. The jury was too stupid to be bamboozled. That's what they mean. Getting into Tim Jansen's article, I'm going to take a quick break and we're going to get into Tim Jansen's article. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in 1 minute. Whoop. My apologies.
We gonna take a break, grab a snack or maybe a glass of wine. Roberta will be back in no time. This podcast is listener supported, so smash that like button and subscribe or become a patron for exclusive content if you are so inclined. Have something to say, shoot Roberta a super chat. She will do her best to read it all air without delay. Now Roberta's back and ready to put the true back in true crime. Here's Roberta.
Okay. So this is from the Tallahassee Democrat. The state versus Donna Adelson trial will test prosecutors, defense attorneys. This is Tim Jansen with his legal analysis. The murder trial of Donna Adelson is set to begin with jury selection on Tuesday, September 17th, in the Leon County Courthouse in Tallahassee. The trial will take place over 10 years after the brutal murder of FSU law professor Dan Markel and 10 months after her arrest at Miami International Airport as she was fleeing the United States to Vietnam, a country which has no extradition treaty with the United States. The trial is the fourth criminal trial involving the South Florida conspirators who allegedly conspired or participated in the murder of Professor Dan Markel in his driveway. The key convicted players in this trial, the evidence in the previous trial involved the active participants that took identifiable steps in the planning, organizing, execution, and payment for the execution-style murder. Sigfredo Garcia was the alleged shooter that killed Dan Markel. Luis Rivera was the co-conspirator who did surveillance and assisted Garcia in locating, identifying, and following Professor Markel to his residence for Garcia to kill Markel. Rivera also drove the getaway car as the killers fled back to South Florida. Catherine McBanoa, the mother of Garcia's children, acted as the broker for the murder plot. God, that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up, doesn't it? The broker for the murder plot between the killers and Charlie Adelson. She also provided money and photos of Markel to Garcia and Rivera. Well, who gave her those photos? And who gave Catherine McBanoa Dan Markel's schedule? Question for Tim Jansen. She was also paid by the Adelsons to keep quiet about the crime. Charlie Adelson, of course, Donna's going to say, no, Charlie's just very generous. He gave her one half a boob job, and it was nothing. It was nothing. It was just a cruise with a mother, half a boob job, and some petty cash. That was all it is. It was just, he was dating her. What these people in Tallahassee don't seem to understand is he was dating her. They're too stupid. They're too stupid. The puzzle pieces don't fit. Listen to Dan. He was brilliant. That's what she's going to say. That Dan, he was brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Charlie Adelson directed McBanoa, who was his girlfriend, to kill his ex-brother-in-law so his sister Wendy and her children could relocate to South Florida. Charlie provided McBanoa money for her to pay the hitman. He also convinced McBanoa to keep quiet after the police began to target the perpetrators. Trying Donna Adelson will be different. The evidence, so meaning like, we know the jury convicted Charlie Adelson in 2.5 hours, but this is really a different case here. I understand. I'm not denying that it's a little bit more difficult than Charlie's trial. So I've always said, use the metaphor of a house. So the foundation was Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia. You start building up, right? The first floor is Katie McBanoa. Second floor, Charlie Adelson. Third floor, Donna. And the roof is Wendy. I don't think Harvey will be convicted for this or indicted even, because if they wanted to get him, they wouldn't have let him. They wanted Donna. They arrested Donna. They didn't arrest Harvey. He could have, there was nothing stopping Harvey from getting on that plane and going to Vietnam and never coming back. The evidence implicating Donna in the murder is less direct and does not involve any of the other participants except Charlie Adelson. What does he mean? She paid Katie. She wrote the checks to Katie. So what is he talking about here? Did he forget that? In fact, there will be no witness in court that will directly implicate Donna in the murder of Professor Merkel. Well, what about Katie McBanoa saying she dropped off the money? I heard from Charlie that his mom was just there to drop off the moldy stapled money. I mean, if I can stress any strong more strongly than I ever have, that our court system is meant to be understood by everybody. I know we put these lawyers up on a pedestal, and certainly a lot of lawyers that don't really practice in court are practicing on YouTube. And their opinion is given a hefty weight, which I don't think it deserves. Read Donna Adelson's arrest warrant, talk of flings, ending it all, my words, not Tim Jansen's, and getting things in order. The case will require the state to weave a case and put together pieces of evidence that will prove her knowledge and participation in the murder. The state believes this case is important because the evidence infers Donna was the impetus for this crime, and that she believes she could shield herself from prosecution by not directly participating in the crime. It's not just not directly participating. That's the reason you do a murder for hire, so you don't get your hands dirty. It's also they felt that their political connections, it's my opinion, and also the opinion that's up on the Justice for Dan website, is that their political connections in the form of the Weinstein family, who was a Broward County judge who was Wendy's godfather, protected them for a long time. And maybe other connections too. Their son, Michael Weinstein, Charlie's friend, was this Adelson spokesperson in the first 2020, I believe it was. Maybe wrong, may have been a Nightline and not a 2020. The state has argued in previous trials that Donna Adelson had a significant motive for the murder, but insulated herself through Charlie from the other active conspirators. As such, the state does not have direct evidence of her active participation. I would say I just disagree with this. Do you see how this is a defense attorney talking? Hence, the case against Donna is a circumstantial case. Does the state have enough circumstantial evidence to prove her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? You know, DNA is circumstantial evidence too. Most of the cases I talk about on this channel are circumstantial cases. And even when they do it, like say, do a crime on video, those crimes have been reversed. I know the wrongful conviction movement has this new kind of what I'd call junk science, where they say the person on tape is not the same height as the person who got convicted. And they're reversing convictions of people who did crimes on tape. There was one in Ann Arbor where they found the clothes, the gun in this guy's home, and the whole media celebrated it as a wrongful conviction because of a quote unquote height difference of the person on tape, when they found significant clothing, and his own father pointed him out when he saw the surveillance footage on TV. Found the gun in his home, found the clothing. And I believe he had also a co-defendant in that case who pointed to him as well. That's an Ann Arbor exoneration for you. Under Florida and federal law, circumstantial evidence is sufficient to sustain a conviction in criminal trials. In fact, the jury will be instructed that the law makes no distinction between direct and or circumstantial evidence in proving a defendant's guilt. Coincidentally, circumstantial evidence cases can be much stronger, thank you, Tim Jansen, than cases that rely on direct evidence, namely eyewitness identification. Yeah, they've done a great job of debunking or degrading eyewitness identification. There's Tim Hennis. I'll talk about that in a second. It's a good time to talk about the Tim Hennis case, and I'll tell you why. The state's case will rely on a totality of evidence approach rather than a single eyewitness photograph, document, or fingerprint. This will make the state's case even more challenging and longer in presentation. Anyway, instead of an out-of-town jury consultant picking the jury and then leaving town, the defense has hired local criminal defense attorney Alec Morris, who is familiar with the community, to pick the jury. So does he know that for sure? Because Georgia Kappelman told Murder by Maestro, as he wrote her that she didn't know that Josh Dubin, the jury consultant for Charlie Adelson, was going to be there till the day he showed up. So who says they're not using him? So they do a lot more than just picking the jury. I mean, they do research, they manage the PR. I did a whole episode about that. I'm not so sure. I haven't been convinced they're not going to use it, but maybe he knows some inside baseball. The benefit of picking the jury goes through that. The state will emphasize her emails and texts between Donna and Wendy, they think. Anyway, it goes on. And it asks, will Charlie and Donna testify? Charlie's going to testify for the prosecution, which will diminish any credibility. And I think Donna has to testify, has to. The prosecution loves when defendants take the stand. Besides proving the defendant a liar, they can introduce certain evidence that otherwise would be inadmissible. That's also the point of Charlie Adelson taking the stand. So I guess that's where Jeffrey Lacasse's statement about what Wendy told him about Charlie, did you look into hiring a hitman, blah, blah, blah. That can come in. But I think it also takes away any credibility from his gutsum on issues of credibility around the conspiracy theory. Lovely Sphinx, nice to see you. Hi, Roberta, we really love you and are grateful for you. Oh, thanks so much. I'm grateful for you. So do you guys have any questions before I go on? So I brought up Tim Hennis. Hold on 1 second. And eyewitnesses, and Dr. Elizabeth Loftus is an expert who expertise is eyewitness identification, and particularly cross-racial eyewitness identification. And in the Tim Hennis case, this was Katie Eastburn. Tim Hennis was alleged to have adopted the Eastburn's dogs. They were in an Army military base in North Carolina. Tim Hennis was in the military, and he adopted their dog because they were moving to England. At that time, they weren't allowed to have a dog. Katie Eastburn's husband was away, and she was murdered, and her children was murdered, and the infant, her 2 daughters were murdered, and the infant daughter was allowed to live. Obviously couldn't ID, but there was 2 people who ID'd Tim Hennis in that case. And Elizabeth Loftus, in that this memory expert who's testified for Ted Bundy, Harvey Weinstein, so many people. The Night Stalker has or testified or consulted on OJ, the Menendez brothers. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. Jeri Sandusky. She also testified for Robert Durst, but when she basically got Tim Hennis's conviction overturned. He got a new trial, second trial, and got him acquitted. Okay? Not overturned. First it was overturned on some technicality. Then they tried him again, and because of these eyewitnesses, she said were the worst eyewitnesses she's ever seen in her life. This guy, Tim Hennis, who killed a mom and her 2 babies, left the infant there, who barely survived, just by luck, was found in her crib. She was parading him around on talk shows like the Joan Rivers Show and to Innocence Project type organizations as an example of a wrongful conviction. There was even a made-for-TV movie about it called Innocent Victims with Ricky Schroeder. Anyway, I have a new episode coming up with my interviews, my dog walking. This is when with Deputy DA John Lewin, the king of the cold cases. Here it is open now for members to watch, but it's premiering tomorrow at 6 p.m. Here, take a look at the preview, and then we'll get it back to Donna Adelson. Here's DA Lewin going up against Dr. Elizabeth Loftus. So anyway, Tim Hennis, I think maybe I buried the lead. DNA comes about, and they find out that Tim Hennis was guilty all along. The eyewitnesses were totally right, and they had to try him militarily, and he's on military death row. And in the Durst trial, Elizabeth Loftus will still not admit this guy's guilty. She says she has some doubts about his guilt. Not some doubts that he might be innocent. She has some doubts about his guilt. Some doubts, right, about his guilt. Oh, these people. Here it is. Here's a preview for the episode. If you haven't seen prosecutor John Lewin's unique approach to direct and cross-examinations, you're missing out. To quote Mr. Lewin, he likes to ask questions of which there are no good answers. Nowhere was this more jaw-dropping of an experience to watch than in his cross-examination of memory expert Dr. Elizabeth Loftus. Dr. Loftus championed what she considered falsely accused child abusers and murderers for decades, and she won awards for it, prestigious awards. She has testified for the defense of Bill Cosby, Richard Ramirez, Ted Bundy, Tim Hennis, Jeri Sandusky, and that's just to name a few.
Examining Dr. Loftus, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Loftus, 2 quick questions that relate to yesterday's testimony. One of them I asked you about a few minutes ago before we came into court, or before, the jury came in. You had testified yesterday in terms of your involvement with the Bundy case, and that you became involved in Utah. He had not been charged in any of the Washington crimes yet. He was a student at the University of Washington where you were a teacher at the time that some of his crimes took place. Is that right?
Ted Bundy was an undergraduate at the University of Washington. I don't remember if we overlapped.
No. Oh, okay. No, I'm not asking if you knew him. I'm just saying you were up there and in Washington at the time when many of these crimes took place. Is that correct?
At the time that some of the crimes took place, yes.
Right. And the question I'd asked you yesterday was, you agree that once Ted Bundy ended up being arrested in Utah, before you took the case, even though he had not been charged in any crime in Washington, you were aware that he was a suspect in a series of murders up in the Washington area. Is that correct?
I had only heard a whiff of a suspicion that he might be the Ted that was connected to Washington.
Right. So in other words, I'm just trying to clarify. It's not that you had a bunch of evidence, but in other words, it's not as if you end up taking this case in Utah and then you later find out, oh my God, this guy is a suspect in these other cases. You didn't have direct evidence, but you had heard that he was potentially a person of interest in those cases, correct?
It was, I'd only heard a rumor because I was not living in Seattle at that time. During that time, I was at Harvard on a fellowship that I was awarded to work with the president and dean of arts and sciences at Harvard. So I was not privy to the media in Seattle.
Right. Doctor, I've got to ask you, in the question that I just asked you a moment ago, can you tell me in your answer how the fact that you were at Harvard working for the president and the dean, can you tell me how that answer was responsive to anything that I said?
Because when you spoke to me before we resumed testimony, you insinuated that I would have access to lots of media that was occurring in Seattle where I wasn't living at the time.
No, doctor. So my question though is that all you had to say was, I was not living in Seattle. Why did you add the comments about who you were working for, how prestigious it was? Was that an attempt, doctor, to, again, kind of tell the jury who you are, how important, how successful, et cetera? How is that responsive to what I asked you?
Well, I was away for the year at Harvard. You can ignore the rest of what I was doing there.
Well, no, I'm just asking, did you realize when you answered that question that it was not responsive to what I asked?
So, oh my gosh, I can't tell you how excited I was when I found out they were going to call Loftus. I don't know if they didn't do their homework.
They didn't do their homework. No, they didn't do their homework. And Deputy DA John Lewin certainly did. And it has been a cross-examination that was repeated in large part in the Troconis trial. That is used almost a lot of it. A lot of it. It was a 3-day cross-examination in the Durst trial. And many, many, many of those questions were John Lewin's questions. He sends out his cross-examination anytime he hears that she's going to testify. Sent it to the Ghislaine Maxwell prosecutors, Weinstein, Cosby, I think. Hope I'm remembering that correctly. But she's pen pals with Tim Hennis. But now, and Jeri Sandusky. Highly recommend you watch that amazing, amazing cross-examination. Anyway, it tells all about how he put together that cross-examination and why it works so well, why it's so effective in a way where she has these credentials. In the Maxwell trial, because it was a federal trial, they were only allowed to use a bit of it. And the jury was just mesmerized by her. She has these, awards and credentials. Just say I was at Harvard. You can leave all the rest out. I was at the year of Harvard. Someone left a great comment like, what? She didn't hear that he was possible serial killer? I lived in that area. It was national news. What are you talking about? A rumor. Great comment. Bling is the new black. Love your channel. You and Patty are my faves. Well, I love, as you know, Bling isn't it black. I love Patty too. She's so good at what she does. Lovely Sphinx. Thanks for the super sticker. Like I said, this is channel supported. You're supporting the channel. This is viewer supported channel. And I cannot do it without you. This is my job. So appreciate it. So let us get back. It is now up. The whole episode is up for channel members, but it's going live tomorrow night at 6 p.m. for everybody in the video section of my YouTube page channel. How do you say it? So let's get back to Donna. So Donna's trying on dresses. Tim Jansen thinks it's a circumstantial case. And that they're going to have Charlie testify for the prosecution to bring in a lot of evidence. But because she only dealt with Charlie, and Corbett talks about this too in his testimony, that the conspirators are like train cars, meaning Charlie only talks to Donna, Katie only talks to Charlie, Sigfredo and Luis, right, only talk to Katie, that kind of thing. But I think they're forgetting that Donna signed the checks. It's going to be very hard to say what you and work there. Oh, you didn't know? You didn't know at the Adelson Institute that you were signing checks for a woman who was doing nothing? And Tim Jansen talked about the Castigar issues he worked out. He was, speaking of, so this is Wendy's support woman, emotional support ally who comes to court with her. Honeycutt. She was also the same for Denise Morgan Honeycutt. You can see her with Morgan Honeycutt. And Tim Jansen worked out for Denise Williams, had a boyfriend kill her ex-husband, worked out a deal for the boyfriend. Sweetheart deal in that case. So, I mean, it really gives you the view, that article, of a defense attorney. All evidence is weak evidence, might not make it. And I think this is the way lawyers think. And you can hear Charlie saying that tape. Oh, yeah. Meg said it was so weak. If you have something else, we're gonna be sued if we prosecute them civilly for these wrongful convictions that will be so easily overturned. It's really interesting. It's exactly what I've been screaming about, which is the abuse of our civil courts by this wrongful conviction movement for years. But there's Charlie saying, see, it was all so weak. These jurors are so dumb. They weren't even considering the evidence in 2.5 hours. And having just been a juror in a criminal trial, I will tell you that the last thing you want to do as a juror, you're looking at this person for hours every day that you're in court. And all you want to do is find some piece of exonerating evidence so you won't have to convict them. There were jurors crying when we handed in our guilty verdict. The first vote was 11-1. And it was a lot less evidence than this, let me tell you that. A lot less. So I thought we'd look at, how are we doing on time? I thought we'd look a little bit at, for just a few minutes, look at Charlie's testimony, because this is going to be so much. Donna has to take the stand. She has any kind of story, there's going to be no one who can testify to back up this story except Donna and maybe Charlie. And Charlie will be so demolished by the prosecution that it won't hold much weight. So it's really up to Donna to tell, well, I just was paying. Charlie told me it was extorted. Right? I don't see how they can go about it any other way. Let's watch a little of Charlie Adelson's cross-examination together, shall we? We can.
was your explanation to the jury over the last little over a day the simplest explanation?
It was the truth.
You have a thorough explanation. Would you agree with that?
I told you what happened.
I want to go through some of that. You claim that you were extorted on July 18th, 2014 by Catherine Magbanua and also in the background, some Latin kings, probably Garcia and Rivera, right? Is that accurate?
No, I wasn't extorted by Catherine Magbanua.
You weren't?
Okay, that's not what I believed in 2014.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understood you to say you believe that today.
Today I do, yes.
All right, so who extorted you?
I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua's friend that she ran her mouth to.
Okay,
And
and
that's
at
2000.
Georgia has a really good point here, which is when you tell someone the truth, I mean, sometimes the truth can be nuanced and complicated, but not this complicated. I was thinking this in 2014 and not 2016, and then I learned this, and the Latin Kings did it on spec. And Dan Rashbaum worked really hard to keep the word Latin Kings out. They wanted, or was it Georgia or no? Dan wanted it in, and Georgia wanted it out. And they're like, I don't think it really matters. Criminal gang is all you have to say. Well, Latin King sounds so scary. Get it in. Get it in. Am I remembering that right? Isn't it the prosecution that wanted it out? And I think the judge rightfully went with the defense. It's like, it doesn't matter. These were gang members. You just say gang, and you know that no gang member is putting you on a payment plan. They're very financially aware and considerate gang members that go out of their way and do things on spec, just with the hope that they might rough someone else up and intimidate them later with this. They don't just go and like rob them like Luis Rivera wanted to. Why can't we just rob the lady? Remember that? That's what we like to do. We like to rob.
14.
Right, but as you sit here today, you think it's Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. Who extorted you?
As I sit here today, I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua, and I believe Sigfredo Garcia, but I don't know for sure. I was never there when she was ever talking to him, so I don't know if he was in on it with her or not.
All right. At the time, though, you did not think she was guilty. You got that right. The time of the extortion.
In 2014?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then so exactly when you found out would be, I think you said, her trial.
That I suspected that she was not telling me the truth and she was a part of it was in 2019.
At her trial?
Yes.
All right. And so she was arrested in 2016, right?
Yes.
All right. So for 3 years, she was in the Leon County Jail awaiting trial. Yes?
She was there.
And you believed she was innocent.
Yes.
And you had this whole explanation to assist with exonerating her, right?
I have the truth of what happened, yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone have to come to you?
I was told not to talk to Katie and not to talk to anybody about this case by counsel.
By the way, speaking of Katie, and I hope I'm not getting too off track here, but have you guys ever seen the guy who did Dr. Lenny Roudner, the guy who did Katie's murder boobs, I guess you could call it? Dr. Lenny, Miami's top plastic surgeon. He's on YouTube. He's rated 4 out of 5. And wait, hold on. You can actually see his page. He was born in Australia. He's a renowned, now they want me to, they're renowned plastic surgeon who is highly recognized for his expertise in breast augmentation and enhancement surgery, having successfully performed thousands of breast augmentation procedures over the past 25 years. But his procedures that he does, liposuction Miami, tummy tuck Miami. Is that different from a tummy tuck, say, like tummy tuck Tennessee, tummy tuck Nashville, tummy tuck New York, liposuction New York? Is it a little different? And then mommy makeover. I mean, how could that be any more misogynistic? Mommy makeover. You're a mommy. You look kind of frumpy as a mommy, but this is a mommy makeover. Fort Lauderdale patients. So do you get the Fort Lauderdale liposuction there? I just thought this was really odd. Like nobody I personally, if I saw this looking for plastic surgery, as seen in Allure, as seen on TV, I would run head for the hills if I saw this kind of stuff. But this is the guy. This is the guy who did it. I mean, I know he may be very good, but just this, let me know what you guys think. Does that turn you off, or am I out in La La Land? I find it off-putting, to say the least.
Okay. So you strike that. On day one, which is
Tummy tuck Detroit. That's so perfect. Beverly lawyer. Tummy tuck Detroit. Perfect. That's a perfect one. Tummy tuck Detroit. Oh, like tummy tuck Trenton. Like cities you never want to be in. Oh.
July 18th, 2014. She is the only one that physically contacted you to conduct this extortion. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are.
So you never actually had any contact with any Latin King?
No.
No phone calls?
No phone calls.
No texts?
No.
No letters?
Well, in 2016, you're talking about in 14, right?
I'm talking about the first layer of the extortion. Were you armed at that time? Did you have a weapon in your home?
I had weapons in my safe, yes.
And the money, the $138,000, was that stapled into $1,000 increments?
Each packet was $1,000, and had a staple in it. Unusual, that's what I did.
Right, but nobody else does it. That's why I'm suggesting it's unusual.
I've never questioned people into how they keep their money, whether they keep it with a staple or a paper clip or an envelope. I just know what I do.
Would you agree, doctor, that it's a compelling piece of evidence that the killers were paid in stapled money and came up with that information in this case?
It's not compelling. The people who extorted me and got my money got it from my house, and it was stapled at my house.
They had to have gotten it from you, right? Because it was stapled.
If they got it from Katie, they got it from me.
So it had to be some kind of, I paid, but I did it under duress, based on that piece of evidence, right? That had to be built into your defense.
I was extorted, and I paid the money.
All right, so.
I was extorted. They decided that the easiest way to intimidate me is to murder someone I hated, and that it would make my family extremely happy, and that I would just shower them with money and appreciation and on a payment plan, because I didn't have all of it. I had properties all over the Miami area. But I you know, they knew they didn't want to cause me stress. I love that when Donna is talking to the undercover, I'm so stressed out over this. You don't know. I can't take the stress. Like she thinks that the undercover is going to consider her stress. I guess the same way that Charlie Adelson, Charlie Adelson thinks the Latin Kings are going to consider his stress and not stressing him out by having to liquidate his assets and get the money all at once. He doesn't want to clean out all his assets all at once. They were happy to put him on a payment plan and a half boob job plan. And yes, whoever asked me if that doctor Leonard A. Roudner, MD, he was originally born in Australia, he says. So, I mean, but I would head for Z Hills if I saw that website connected. He was voted Miami's top plastic surgeon by the New Times. He gets good reviews, and he has a video testimonial it also featured in Playboy. Allure. It first comes up as Playboy and then Sports Illustrated, and he's on YouTube talking about giving breast implants to a man. Okay. All right. Oh. Yeah, head for the hills. That's what I would be doing with that guy. It's so perfect, though. Such a perfect character, side character for this story.
So Katie comes in and she's in a panic and she tells you what's happened. And I need all the money in your safe right now. Do you suspect that maybe she's working with the police at that point? Maybe she's trying to set you up?
No, she didn't say I need all the money in your safe. That's not what she said.
Did she take all the money in your safe?
I cleaned out all the money in my safe and handed it to her.
Right. Why did you do that?
Because I was being extorted for $250,000.
But why didn't you? The bump was only $5,000, and you immediately became suspicious and questioning and had all these conversations and deliberations about what to do about it for days. When Katie comes to you, you just open the safe and give her the money, right?
That's what I did. And there's a big difference between the two.
Okay, well, the way that it was done to you, is that the way it's done?
You have to be more specific. Please.
Well, on the wire, you say repeatedly, that's not the way it's done. You knew that the undercover agent was law enforcement, or at least strongly suspected, because that's not the way it's done. And my question to you is, since you're an expert on extortion, because you've been extorted before, and that's how you knew that's not the way it's done, is this the way it's done? Do extortionists send a girlfriend of their victim to collect their extortion money? Is that the way it's done, doctor?
I'm telling you what happened to me. And I was told that if I didn't pay in 48 hours, I would be killed. The person that came and extorted my mom, was not the same approach as what happened to me.
Is that the only way? That's the only way it's done?
See, Georgia Cavalman this is a very John Lewin like cross here, part of her cross. I mean, basically she's asking, tell me the way it's done. You tell your mother, you know the way extortion is done. Why didn't you laugh off Katie's extortion plan? That's not the way it's done. You laughed off the undercover because it's not the way it's done. But it's done this way in your case. There's only one way it can be done. That's what you're saying in the undercover. And now she's got him. She's got him backed up against a wall here. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. She's also telling the jury, hey, check this out, jury. The guy who knows the way it's done, when it's not done that way, he just opens up his wallet. He doesn't want to give $5,000 because it's not done that way, but it's done this crazy way, and he's happy to do it because it's on a payment plan with the Latin Kings. Yeah, it only can be done one way.
Done. They send the girlfriend.
It's the only time I've ever been extorted like that.
Okay. And did you hear any of the negotiate? So they come in and they say, strike. They come in and they say, we need $333,000.
You need to pay $333,000.
You need to pay $333,000. Why not $1 million?
Because when I had told to Katie that the $1 million offer for Dan Markel, I said I was going to pay $333,000. And when she asked me, do you have that much money? And I said, yeah, I could pay it in cash. So she took it as I had cash, and she knew I had a ton of cash in my safe. So she thought I had the cash. I didn't have all that cash. So that's where I'm assuming they got the $333,000 from.
Right. And they can't ask me for, say, the Adelson family had $8 million. When it's your life, this is why kidnappings work. When it's your life, the money doesn't mean anything. They didn't want to ask him for 8 million, 7 million, 1 million. They wanted to ask him for $250,000, what, $333,000? That's all they wanted? Because they're not greedy, the Latin Kings. They're just very considerate, not greedy, give you time. Don't tell your whole family to liquidate everything they have and hand it over. Or you're next. Your whole family's next. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. And if he had it in his safe, you could just gone in with a gun. I mean, it's laughable. The fact that he thought that he should believe this is laughable. And I'm sure it looked like when she asked him, why not $1 million? He thought about this in his cell. These all seem very practiced answers for those asking, why does he have dark circles under his eyes? He's been up thinking and also play acting, in my opinion, with Dan Rashbaum. Dan Rashbaum plays Georgia Kappelman. And they have been acting this out, practicing this cross-examination for weeks, if not months. But what came out was a little too perfect, a little too quick. And when he's asking the questions back, it's a way to maintain control, but it's also a way to gain time to think about his answer.
But the offer that she bragged about was $1 million offer. Isn't that right? That she ran her mouth about.
I was never there when she spoke to her friend.
Okay, was it $1 million offer?
The offer was that $1 million was going to be paid, and I was going to pay $333,000.
And weren't you going to cover Wendy's third as well?
No, not at all. I was going to cover my third.
Didn't your lawyer say in opening statement that you were going to cover the whole thing for Wendy's third?
No, I was sitting here. I heard what he said. Charlie was going to pay $333,000.
All right. And so the offer was $1 million offer, and that's what you told Katie, along with the fact that you were going to cover the third.
I was telling her that I was going to pay $333,000, yeah. And then one day, if my sister was able to, she was going to pay me back.
And then you didn't have the amount of money that was being demanded at the time, right?
No, I only had what I had.
All right. And at that point, the blackmailer, Catherine Magbanua, negotiates some type of layaway plan for you to complete the extortion with the Latin Kings?
Okay. Katie wasn't the blackmailer, and Katie wasn't the one who was extorting me.
Didn't you just tell this jury that Katie was the blackmailer? You realized it in 2019.
I had thought that when you were just talking, you were talking about 2014. You were talking about that night.
Okay.
So thankfully, Donna's not going to have to go into any of these details. What she's going to say is, my son came to me and he told me he was in trouble. And like any mother, I'm going to pay. And I paid. I helped him. I washed the money. It got a little moldy. He stapled it and he handed it over. That's all I knew. Like any mother would pay. when the son comes to them and says, we're in trouble, you gotta pay. You gotta pay. That's what she's gonna do. I was scared out of my mind talking to that undercover. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know they were saying Tuto and Tato. I didn't know who they were talking about. That's my prediction for some of Donna Adelson's cross-examination.
So yeah, that's night happened in
Doctor.
2014.
Okay. We all know now, because you have revealed the puzzle piece. She's a blackmailer. Can we agree on that?
I believe sitting here in 2023
Yes.
that she was in on the extortion for sure.
Yes. So is it okay if I refer to her as a blackmailer?
I think there's a difference between blackmail and extortion, but yeah,
Okay.
sitting here today, we can. Sure.
We'll refer to her as an extortionist.
And I said, yes, I can.
Did you hear any of the conversation where she was making these negotiations on your behalf?
No, when she said, I'm going to go check with my friend, and if that's okay with him, she took her purse, took her keys, took her cell phone. She walked out of my front door, closed the door behind her, and I sat in my living room, and she came back about 5 minutes later.
You didn't want to talk to the guy yourself?
I said she took her keys. Love those details. She took her keys and her purse. She took a sticky pad and a pen so she could work out the details. And he didn't mind putting me on a payment plan with no VIG, no benefit to him, lots of waiting for them to get all the money. Didn't know if they'd be picked up in the meantime, die, etc. Get caught in a gang-relating shooting before you could pay it all off. They were happy to just have it drawn out month after month at 0% interest. So considerate. It's like an advertisement for the Latin Kings payment plan. Latin Kings loans. I don't know, loans? Hand over our money. Our extortion plans are the best. No payments, 0.0 down. Some down, 0.0 interest monthly.
Yourself?
No, I didn't even think of that. I mean, but she went outside to call him.
All right. And then the two of you took a Xanax and went to sleep.
Well, I took a Xanax. I don't know if she took one out of the bottle, but I definitely did.
And the next morning, she left with your money, right?
So that's about 8:30 the next morning.
That's July 9th.
That little detail is so interesting. So you gave her a Xanax and he says no. Because what he's thinking about there, I think, this is my view, is his doctor's license. And he doesn't want it taken away for giving controlled substance to someone without a prescription. So he's like, she just got into my bottle. I didn't give it to her. We both took his Xanax, but I definitely did. I said we both took his Xanax in my direct, but I didn't hand it to her. I didn't give it to her. She just got into the bottle. I didn't secure it enough. I mean, he wants to be called Dr. Adelson on the stand. And what's interesting about the jailhouse calls is he says, I lost everything. Not I was wrongfully convicted. Not I'm paying for Katie and Sigfredo's crimes. Why doesn't someone who knows Sigfredo, isn't there a Latin king that knows about this? Why aren't they coming forward? We know that someday someone will tell the truth. Maybe Katie will come to truth. Maybe she'll find religion. One of these people. Maybe they'll tell the truth to someone in prison. No, they're waiting to get off on a technicalities, hoping that the juror says something and puts it on Facebook. That's how they'll get out of it. That is not telling. I don't know what is. He says, I lost everything. Meaning I was stripped of being a doctor. My freedom was stripped away from me. I lost it. Not it was all taken from me. Everything was taken from me. That's what you'd say. For taken, and I don't know why. Why did this happen? He's not confused as to why it happened to him or why. It was just he lost everything, meaning he lost his social standing, his money. Dan Markel lost his life, you would say. All this grief over what? He knows what it's for Wendy to have her career, have her money, have her kids, control over her kids. I raise them, I control. Same thing with Donna. I raise, I control. And most importantly, I win. Adelsons always have to win. No one gets over on them.
19th, 2014.
Correct.
Let's talk about what you did that day. You did not report this to the police because you were in fear, correct?
Absolutely.
And you didn't report this to Wendy, even though, according to you, her life was in danger too, correct?
Potentially, but I planned on paying the extortion every month.
All right. But you did go to the gym that morning, right? Could we show that text, please? Did you?
This is where he's saying, I'm going to the gym, great day, et cetera, et cetera. Just to answer your question, hello, Shiny, if Katie gets a boob leak, the first thing the Adelsons will ask, which one is it? Right? Because it's not the one they paid for and they ain't given a refund. But what's interesting is that this Miami doctor does something he calls gummy bear breast implants. I mean, I hope I don't have to go back to it. I don't want to get demonetized showing all these bikini. I don't think I will with this bikini shots, but gummy bear breast implants, the advantages of which are Dr. Lenny, as he's known to his patients, has been featured in multiple publications, both locally and abroad. He has been heavily sought after for his skill and experience within the plastic surgery field, along with the reputation of being one of the best breast augmentation surgeons in the world. But I think, so there's nothing to leak. So it's like one whole piece, like a gummy bear that kind of jiggles, I guess, like a gummy bear. It's that consistency. But clearly something went wrong because she doesn't look like she has them anymore. At least that's what it looks like. Not to be superficial. I'm just curious because it's an important part of how she got paid in this story. That's why I'm curious about it. She doesn't look like she has them. And when were they taken out and why? I'm so curious.
Were you able to go to the gym the next morning?
I absolutely didn't leave the house. I worked it out at Nova Southeastern Gym, and you can check the gym records. I was never there.
Okay. Did you say you were going to the gym?
I said I was, yeah.
But you didn't actually go?
No, I didn't leave the house.
All right. So would you agree, Doctor, and we'll refresh your memory with them if we can, that the text messages that were exchanged between yourself and Catherine McBanoa on the morning after this exchange of money were inconsistent with your extortion theory?
They were inconsistent with how I was feeling.
They don't appear to look like you just gave her $138,000 under duress, do they?
She told me the last thing she said to me before she left the house is, can we just pretend like this never even happened? So when I sent her that message, I was trying to show her, like, I'm trying to forget all about it.
Yeah, you were just demonstrating to her that you would agree to pretend nothing happened, right?
Absolutely. That's what she asked me to do, and that's what I tried to do.
All right. So the text messages aren't what they appear to be. It's a beautiful day. I'm going to the pool. I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the gym. None of that is what it appears to be. It's something else.
I absolutely did not go to the gym. I was trying to show her that I was, pretending like nothing ever happened and looking past it.
And there's nothing on the wire. All those hours of you talking, there is nothing on the wire about the extortion, this layer 1 of extortion, because she told you not to talk about it, right?
She told me to never talk about anything to anyone or her. She never wanted to hear about it again.
And yesterday, in your testimony between you and your attorney, you mentioned.
Here's another really key point here, which is a problem with Charlie Adelson's story, is that he never told anyone. And even Dan Rashbaum says consistently in this trial that Charlie Adelson loves to talk, has the big mouth, told Jeffrey Lacasse practically his whole life story, intimate details of his life. But this is going to keep a secret. And if he were going to really sell this, they don't have emotional imagination because they don't only as it concerns how to manipulate someone and what someone's feeling in terms of how to manipulate them. But what he'd say was, I felt humiliated by this. I didn't want to tell a soul. I was right? Emasculated by this. Deballed, whatever you want to call it. Left me feeling like the bully in the playground got the best of me. He wanted to sell this, but he doesn't. Instead, the jury had to notice Charlie Adelson runs his mouth. Dan Rashbaum. Charlie likes to talk, doesn't he? Oh, yes, he does. Yeah. Oh, and he even says to Charlie, you like to talk, right? Oh, yes. I didn't realize how much till this trial, hearing myself talk. And the jail calls, some of them, it's hard to tell. You say, did I listen to this again? Or is he going on almost the identical monologue using almost the identical words? And he does. It's like different day, same monologue. But this, he only wants to talk to his mother about. Only his mother. He told me it was horrible. It was a horrible crime. He told me about it and I paid. I was his mother. He came to me and I paid. I paid. That's what she's going to say. Because any mother would protect their son. That's what I did. I protected my son. That's what she's going to say. You need checks for Katie? Katie needs checks? I wrote the checks. I signed the checks. Am I on trial for financial fraud? No, I'm on trial for murder. Murder, me, a grandmother. So it's going to be like, can bet on it. Can bet on it. I hope she takes the stand. She'd be stupid too. I hope she does. Dumb move.
The word extortion 123 times. Would you take my word for that?
I'm sure it came up a lot.
Okay. But nowhere, even in the midst of this whole second extortion, it's happening again. It's an extension of the same thing. Do you mention anything about this layer one of the extortion? Do you?
Yes, actually I did.
Okay.
If you pull up the video from Matsuri when I was sitting with my dad and I said it, and the funny thing is, that's what I whispered in his ear.
Right, but we can't hear that.
Right, because that's my point. I never wanted anybody to hear what had happened. I never wanted the police to come talk to me. But if you put up that video, you'll actually see me saying that it's my dad's ear, and that's why I went in and said it. And that's what we were talking about at the time. So
At Matsuri, the only time you mention the extortion, it's in a whisper that is not picked up by the microphones, right?
Intentionally, yes.
Yes. And that was intentional at the time, but it sucks for your defense, right? Because that would be a huge piece of evidence for you to show this jury, wouldn't it?
No, I think you'd come up with a reason why that I said it anyway.
And there's no.
And as for the email, she's going to say, the man was a crazy zealot. My grandchildren were getting indoctrinated. They didn't want to eat if it wasn't kosher. That's what would happen. I was angry. I said stupid, crazy things in those emails, but I'm not a murderer. That's what they're rehearsing Donna on. I was out of my mind. I just wanted my daughter to have a good job and get away from this crazy man controlling her. But I would never fund a murder. A murder. No, Dan wasn't the right man for her. But I didn't want him dead. I didn't. It's going to be a lot of faces. And a lot of emotion. She's getting in character right now. Picking like method actors do, picking their outfits, getting the walk ready, getting the whole act together. Where did I say, Miss Capelman, where did I say, Wendy, go murder your husband? Where did I say that? Find some Latin kings to murder your husband. Where did I suggest that? I suggested a lot of crazy things, but not murder. And then, but fleeing, and then the fleeing thing, she's going to be like, I saw my son who I love. I saw him wrongfully convicted, and I knew I was next. So I went on a trip with my husband of 50 years who I love to a place where they couldn't get me and couldn't falsely convict me. That's what I was doing. And as you can see, it didn't work out. Oh, but I just watched a travesty of justice happen right before my very eyes. What would you do, Miss Capelman? Expect a lot of that.
Nobody to corroborate this testimony?
There is.
Okay. And the Matsuri, you talked about it again out in the parking lot, right? Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes, we spoke in the parking lot.
Okay, so you did talk about the extortion.
That's
You just didn't do it in a way that it was captured on any of the recordings in this case.
well, we spoke when we had privacy.
Well, you had privacy on the phone, right?
When?
At least you thought you had privacy on the phone. Every time when you were talking on the phone for hundreds of hours on this wire.
There's always a chance that I was being listened to.
Okay.
I mean,
well, there was a chance you were being listened to when you whispered in Dad's ear, right? But you said it. And you were talking about it.
I whispered real quietly into his ear, so I thought I had privacy. At that point, I thought I had privacy.
And Catherine McBanawa and you discussed this first layer of extortion in the car outside of Dolce Vita too, right?
That's when I found out everything that was going on, and she opened up when I confronted her.
But if this jury could hear that conversation recorded, we would all be hearing basically what you're telling us, that there was an extortion effort that predated the undercover operation. Wouldn't we?
Because I was trying to see if Sigfredo was behind the extortion of my mom, because I knew he was behind. I always had a feeling he was behind what happened to me, and she was having this explosive fight with him, and it was going on the same exact time that my mom started getting extorted. So I thought that he was going after my mom.
Don't you wish that conversation in the car had been recorded?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it prove your theory?
Yeah.
That you're talking about the
If I
prior
think about
extortion.
it, then you know exactly what happened back then.
But unfortunately, it wasn't recorded. And then everything that was recorded inside the restaurant, you don't mention it, right?
I'm speaking very carefully. I mean, I was still, even when I was in the car with Katie, she was doing most of the talking. That was the first time
she was doing most of the talking. That's a first, Charlie. I was being very careful. I wasn't talking in code. I was talking carefully. I love when he says, oh, you would just give another reason for it. Yeah, that you just twist my words. I can just see Donna at home. That's right. You would twist his words. There's no context. Taken out of context and turned all around just to make him look like he did something he didn't. they never actually really do use the word murder or kill or anything, which is also another big clue, right? I didn't do this. I didn't do this. I said a lot of crazy things, but I did not do this, right? Because they can't say it. It's very stressful to lie, so they'll say kind of these like vague things. Miss Cappleman. In a southern drawl, y'all. Oh, this family is too much.
Really opened up, and I think I caught her off guard. I was still, even when I spoke to her in the car, I was real careful. I said, was T behind what happened to me? Like I wouldn't even say the words to her when I was in the car.
Okay, was T behind what happened to me? Do you say anything anywhere on the wire about referencing what happened to me? Meaning what happened to me before?
No, because that was the only time I ever confronted her. But I did actually when I would be on the wire with my mom and I would say it's not the same person. Like that was in reference to what happened to me, and she knew that.
What call do you say it's not the same person?
Okay, you want to know what call? It was Tuesday, the 26th. And I said it's at the end of the call. It was a 2-minute and something call.
April 26th?
April 26, 2016. It was a 2-minute and something call. It was towards the very end. And I go, I know it's not done like this. It's 48 hours, just enough time. It's not the same person.
He's like, do I get an A, Rashbaum? It's not the same person. You look like an idiot tailoring the evidence. He's like going back through his Rolodex to all his crib sheet of notes where he's memorized all the undercover calls. This was the worst part of his entire time on the stand, or one of them for me. That moment right there. When you can go back in your head and you're pulling out, and I don't believe he ever does say it's not the same person. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's just adding that in. But the fact that he wanted to tailor his evidence exactly to the undercover call, an innocent person would not say, oh yeah, April 26th, blah, blah, blah. It's a 2-minute call. This is someone who's poured over the evidence with their lawyer and has fabricated a story that they've had to learn backwards and forwards and be quizzed on. That's why he got a 95. It's for tailoring evidence. Let me know what you thought was the best or the worst part of the best for him and the worst. I wouldn't even know what the best. I would think the best part is when he said it's the truth, which is a truthful person's argument. It's the truth. It's what happened. He got that part of the lie down. Very rarely do you actually hear liars say that. It's kind of shocking to hear, but he went full force. No, this is what happened to me. This is the truth. That's when I think he did his best. His worst was his arrogance and this kind of stuff. But particularly, this is the moment I remember from the cross. It always sticks out to me. This, and if you're gonna quote me, date me, that kind of arrogance. It's not what I thought back in 2014, but it's what I thought in 2016. You don't say it like that. That's like someone remembering, oh, I thought this in 2014. It's like how you tailor evidence. Well, I didn't learn that till later. Later on, I felt that way. Not 2016, I felt that way at Wednesday when the undercover call was 4.5 minutes. You guys getting bored? Let me know. I know this is getting awfully long. We can also do this another day. Let me know how you guys are feeling.
So you can look it up.
Okay, I'm with you. It's not the same person you were referencing as the person that blackmailed me years ago and has been blackmailing me for years.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
It's not the same person that's extorting me, correct?
All right. So I want to go back to Wendy. Wendy is in the process of relocating from Tallahassee to South Florida, basically the day that this is going on, day after the money drop, right?
They're packing up the car. They're coming back. Yeah.
Right. So she's going to be moving significantly closer to the killers that had threatened her life.
This what I don't she wasn't planning a, it wasn't a permanent move or anything that was planned. I think she took a suitcase with her.
But she's your family member, yes. She's much closer to the one they've already killed than you, right?
Say it again.
She's much closer. She's got much deeper connections to the person they've already killed. That's Dan Markell than you do.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason to fear for her safety because these killers have come, they've just killed Dan, and now they're saying they're going to kill another one. It could be Wendy, right?
She has no idea what's going on.
Exactly. But you let her move from Tallahassee to Miami where you knew the killers were located. That's my point. Do you agree with that?
The killers were able to find Dan Markell in Tallahassee. They have a car.
They were. But would you rather live in Tallahassee or in Miami if the killers are in Miami?
I think if these people want to find you, they'll find you. Okay. I mean, I don't think. I mean, looking at Luis Rivera, I don't think a distance would stop them.
Okay. Where did Wendy and the boys live when she first moved to South Florida?
When she first moved to South Florida, she moved in with my parents.
That's right, Charlie. Distance doesn't stop them. I heard the Latin Kings killed someone on the North Pole. Yes, they went all the way up to the North Pole for a murder. They'll find you. They'll find you. That's right. Oh, that's right. We're hearing from everyone that he's doing wonderfully.
Into a small apartment. They actually had to get another apartment because that one was too small.
With your parents?
She moved in with them, yeah.
And I want to talk about the cameras. You bought cameras for the Adelson Institute and your home at Whale Harbor, right?
Yes.
The camera system, yeah. All right. And what about Wendy's? I guess she didn't have a place. So like wherever she was staying with your parents, were cameras installed there as well at that same time frame that you installed these cameras?
No, I never told her what happened, but they lived in a very secure building.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that you'd been planning to install those cameras for some time before the murder?
I actually already had cameras at my house that I had installed in 2008. The technology from 2008 to 2014 had changed a lot when it came to cameras.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you mentioned all that on direct. I'm referring to this particular update that was done post homicide. You were in communication with this camera guy, and I think your lawyer mentioned this. You had 84 text messages with him dating back to January 20th of 2014 in regards to the update that occurred post murder. Do you agree with that?
I know there was always talk that we were going to get cameras in the office, and we just never got around to it. When this happened, that week, within probably 3 days, I called the camera guy up and I said, I want to get cameras in my house and my new cameras for my house, and I want to get cameras in my office. How soon can you come out and do it? And then he came out, I'd say 4 or 5 days after that, bought the equipment and installed it that week.
Did you hire a private investigator to help you with this whole problem you were having?
With the extortion?
Yes.
No, I didn't tell anybody.
Did you get a bodyguard?
No, I carried a gun on me, and I always sleep with a gun next.
This is what I was talking to Murder by Meister about today. Why didn't Rashbaum hire a private investigator for the defense? And I don't know if he did, but to basically find somebody who would back up this extortion, who knew about this extortion or thought they knew about this extortion or would testify that they knew about this extortion plot. I mean, I've seen these kind of private investigators. Oh, I have stories for you. There's so much corruption. I mean, kudos to Rashbaum if that's a bridge he wouldn't cross. Wouldn't go that far, maybe. But they can, they ask around, they find things. There's a famous exoneration here that happened in a Queens case in Brooklyn, where a guy was gotten out of prison with an Innocence Project lawyer on the basis of a fake tape. And the guy who made the tape and sold it to the lawyer of a confession came to the court and said, I was paid by the lawyer for this fake confession. It's fake. And the guy was allowed to not only, his conviction was still vacated because the judge decided that he didn't know what the jury would have done had they heard this fake tape and couldn't hear the evidence of this fake tape. And then he got paid, I think, $3.1 million taxpayer money for his false conviction. It's the guy who got out on the basis of that fake tape. So I'm just curious why, and that was 2 former detectives who were hired by the defense, found that guy to make that fake tape, sell it to the defense lawyer. So why wasn't that done in this case? Why is Charlie Adelson the only one? Is Rashbaum just not that dark? I mean, he's dark enough. And someone made a good point that Donna wasn't his client when he told her that the grand jury was likely meeting Wednesday, the 16th, when she had her ticket on the 13th to flee. She said, finding out what they're thinking up there, hearing from Rashbaum what they're thinking up there, meaning the grand jury is going to convene and indict me on the 16th. Maybe I'll make it out in time. Maybe they'll stop me. Maybe I'll get arrested at the airport, but it's worth a try. So someone was saying, well, if Rashbaum Donna wasn't Rashbaum's client, my point was it's still unethical of him to advise her and basically help her evade the long arm of justice. And my point is, it would be he was concerned about his ethics enough to read from a card on STS what he did. Remember, it wasn't illegal for her to go to the airport. It wasn't a crime for her to try to get on the plane. He doesn't get the specific. He just says, go to the airport. There was no warrant for her arrest before she got the ticket, right, et cetera, et cetera. But he knows what was unethical about it was her telling her she was going to get arrested and probably advising her that she could flee, being her client or not. That would be my answer.
Next to me in bed and carried a gun on my person and had a gun in my car at all times.
Do you recall a statement you made on the Dolce Vita recording that said you were going to start carrying a gun?
Yeah, because for a long time, after this happened, I was carrying a gun, and it's uncomfortable, and I don't always like carrying a gun. So I hadn't carried a gun in a while, and I was going to start carrying one again.
But you did say in 2016, I'm going to start carrying one.
Yeah, I carried probably for about 4 to 6 months after this happened, and I wear scrubs, so the gun that I had can kind of stick out, and it's uncomfortable.
You can get, jock itch. You can get gun itch from when you have a gun with scrubs.
But I prefer.
It's uncomfortable. Prefer not to carry it.
Not to carry a gun.
So you quit carrying it, but during the time you were still paying the extortion money.
Yes.
All right. And the extortion money that you were paying, $3,000 a month, that wasn't going towards the principal of whatever was left on the $333,000, right? Didn't you testify to that?
Correct.
All right. So you never came up with the remaining bulk of the money that you owed.
Never.
And nobody ever came after you for that?
No, they said you could pay it all off and it'll be done, or just pay $3,000 a month. So I thought about paying the full amount.
All right. Then a couple weeks later, after the initial extortion, you and Catherine Magbanua broke up, according to your direct. Do I have that right?
That's not correct.
When did you break up?
Within a week, I met her. We went out to dinner. We went out to eat, and I just said, "This has got to end."
All right, so you broke up with her.
Yes.
Weren't you scared that if you broke up with her, that she would sick the Latin Kings on you?
No, because I had every intention of paying every month. When I broke up with her and I said, "Listen, I don't want to surround myself with this. I'm scared." She said that she was going to come every month and pick up the money and protect me. And she understood. I mean, our relationship was on the rocks.
But you've testified that all the gifts and stuff that you gave her were to keep her happy, right?
Yeah, when I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she wasn't a part of this extortion, I had no problem keeping her happy, and I looked for things to do, nice things to do for her because she was broke.
But not worried about pissing her off by breaking up with her.
Well, our relationship was definitely on the rocks. After July 1st, when Sigfredo cut me off and threatened me and called my dad, and then she knew I didn't even invite her to my dad's birthday party, which was a family gathering with family friends on July 5th. She knew we were going to be done.
After you broke up with Catherine Magbanua a week after the murder, did you continue to talk to her?
We still communicated for sure.
Talk on the phone?
And texted, yeah.
And meet up?
No, the only time I would see her was I saw her again the end of August. She came and picked up the money, and that's when she asked me if I could put her on the books because none of this money was going to her and she needed to get health insurance for her kids. So I said, yeah, I'll do it and help you out.
And did you continue to hook up with her after the breakup? And by that, I mean, have sex with her.
There was one occasion. There was one time that we hooked up.
Okay. When was that?
I want to say it was probably about 5 months after we broke it up.
Okay. Well, there was one other occasion before that. And
have you ever heard the undercover or whatever the call between Charlie Adelson and his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend or current girlfriend, where she's saying it's horrible having sex with you. You just talk about yourself and go to town. It's like, oh, it's exactly what you would think sex with Charlie Adelson would be like. Exactly. Summed it up. She's like, it's really, you just talk about yourself and go to town.
You're giving me the willies.
To making my boyfriend sick to his stomach. And it's what women have to put up with. Oh my God. Talk about nightmare experience.
In October of 2014, do you recall that? October 9th of 2014?
That's probably the occasion I'm talking about. Because July, let me count the months: July, August, September, October. So 4 months.
Okay, and there's another one on October 15th. You remember that one?
No, I think we did hook up about one time.
Okay, well, one time on October 9th and one time on October 15th.
I thought it was one time. If it was 2 times, it's been.
Could it have been 2 times?
But no more.
Okay. And on August 25th, 14, that would have been after the breakup, right?
Yeah.
You text her, and then she replies, "I don't need help. I'm good. Don't need favors, nor will I trust anyone again. Erase my number, please. Go on with your life like you did already and have been doing. Sorry we spoke today. I don't want to stress your life more. Don't do anything for me." Do you remember receiving that text from Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, sounds familiar.
And that's a pretty weird text to get from the extortionist. You're meeting her to give her money. Why is she saying erase my number?
She's not the extortionist.
Okay.
In 2014, I didn't think she was the extortionist.
Right, but it's been revealed that she was.
In 2019. So you're taking what was known in 2019 and you're trying to say I knew what I knew in 19.
I'm not trying to say you knew. I'm trying to say she knew. She knew she was the extortionist. Why is she telling you to erase her number and leave her alone?
Because I broke up with her.
Exactly. On 9/14 or 9/11 of 14, she sends you #bestie for life. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
So did you all have some kind of reconciliation after the breakup?
No, I was probably doing a favor and making her happy with something.
On
Probably borrowed some
10/6
money.
of 2014, I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm lucky to have you as part of my life. Do you remember sending that to her?
Yeah.
On 10/9 of 14, I mentioned the sex talk. I won't go into the details of it. Again, 10/15, more sex talk. 10/23 of 14, thank you again for everything you're doing for my mommy. She sends you that. What were you doing for her mother?
I don't know. I think I did a consult for her, but I didn't do anything for her mom.
2/24 of 15, you agree that she always knows how to make you smile, and you say, I love you to her. Remember that?
Yeah, I cared a lot about Katie, and I didn't think that she was a part of this. So I was always trying to keep her happy and make her happy. And I felt like she got caught up, dragged into something that she shouldn't have been dragged into.
Okay, maybe, but she dragged you into it as well.
I didn't see it like that at all. And our relationship actually got stronger. You know, initially when I got extorted, I had limited contact with her and I was cold to her. And then over time, I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she's not involved with these people because the extortion never went up and Katie was always broke.
She was involved with them because she had a child with the guy, right?
I didn't know for sure it was him,
but you suspected always that it was him.
I always suspected that Siegfried.
Look how polite he is about it. She wasn't a part of it. I didn't think she had anything to do with Dan's murder and this extortion and these extortionists and these sleaze bags extorting me, these people. I didn't think she was involved with these people, these fine gentlemen. The language, not a part of it. See, I believe this is the way they talk about this in private. They can never say, you know, if I was off with my Donna imitation, she's not going to say, she'll never say directly, Dan's murder. I wasn't a part of this. I had nothing to do with it. Right? It isn't me. It's not me. You have the wrong grandmother. It's the grandmother down the road. She looks just like me. It's not me. It isn't me. I don't know this Tuto Tato. Who? I don't know him. I don't know your friend. Your lovely friend who might have murdered that horrible zealot Dan Markel. That horrible, dangerous man. That fine gentleman who did that. I mean, do you see the language? How incongruent the language is? You're not going to hear Ruth Markel describe these people. These killers, these murderers, these lowlifes. Bottom of the barrel creepos. These people. Continue on. Continue burying yourself, Charlie. Shall we? Shall we continue to hear Charlie bury himself?
Fredo was behind this.
So wouldn't you want to distance yourself from this woman who, I mean, were you ever really that serious about her to begin with?
I mean, we spent 7-8 months together.
But you were never considering marrying her.
No, I wasn't considering.
I mean, you were a playboy, right? You had a zillion girlfriends.
That is actually not even true.
Okay. Did you have a lot of girlfriends?
I had 2 girlfriends in the 2 or 3 years after her. I dated Whitney Kick for 9 months.
Okay, but how many women were you talking to and engaging with sexually? A lot more than Whitney Kitt, right?
I didn't have a lot of girlfriends if you put them in Charlie numbers, you know, like dog years. So for every 6, just count them as 1. So I just had 2 or 3 girlfriends.
There could have been 1 or 2.
Or more?
No.
Okay. Point being, you were not going to marry Catherine Magbanua.
I wasn't having marriage plans, no.
Okay. And you have now broken up with her after this incident.
Yes.
She's the person that's taking the money from you physically.
She's the one. I looked at it as she's the one who's protecting me. If she wasn't, I was going to get a visit
Is
from
she
somebody.
the one that was physically taking the money?
Yes.
Is she the one that was connected to the person you suspected to have killed your brother-in-law?
I thought she was tied to that person, yes.
And she's the one that got you into this, right? Because she ran her mouth, right?
And I looked at that I ran my mouth too. And if I never said anything to her, this would never have happened. So I felt responsible for saying something to her in the first place.
But you didn't feel responsible enough to try to do anything about her sitting in jail, an innocent woman, for 3 years. Did you?
She never contacted me.
You didn't offer to testify in her trial. You let her get convicted and get life in prison, didn't you?
I thought the truth was going to come out.
But not through you.
I was never contacted. I thought it was going to come out through her.
Was there?
Right. I thought the truth was going to come out. I thought the magical truth fairy was going to come. That's what they all think. All the Adelsons think. The magical bamboozle fairy will come into court. I don't even think Harvey's going to come to Donna's trial. And that is the most telling thing, one of the most telling things. So if you know anything about what lawyers tell their clients, especially it's important for the victim's family to be there because they are their loved one's voice. So Ruth Markel, Phil Markel, they are Danny's voice now. It's so important that they're there. Dan Markel's voice. I'm sorry. Dan Markel's voice. It's so important that they're there every day. So Dan Markel is not forgotten. In the same sense, it's very important for the defendant to have their family there, backing them up, behind them, sitting behind them, so they know, so the jury is keenly aware of what is lost. And I don't equate the same. They still have their life. I know Charlie Adelson likes to say, I lost my life. It's like being dead. And Donna, same thing. It's not the same thing as Dan Markel being murdered. But he does lose his freedom and his life does change. So to make the jury keenly aware of the drastic change of his life and the person that you're removing from society by convicting them. Knowing the importance of showing up at the trial, Donna and Harvey, who were asked to testify at Charlie's trial, said they would take the fifth, lawyered up, didn't show up. I wonder if they even visited him in jail, Tallahassee, Leon County Jail. Highly doubt it. It's in the end, this family is about themselves. And that's what they taught Robert Adelson by saying, oh, you're honest Abe, returning the change. Yourself is number one. Get all that you can get. Give as little as possible. Get over. Win at all costs. Be top dog. If you have to step on people, kill people, get what you want at all costs. It's a dog eat dog mentality, might makes right mentality of this family. So when people say, oh, Charlie's going to turn, or because it's everyone man for himself, not in that way. The Adelson family is one family, and these people, and not even so much that, it's that they're so narcissistic and psychopathic, they can't admit guilt. They always have to play the victim. Wendy isn't the only one in this family that has to play the victim. They all do. They're all victims of Georgia Cappleman, Tallahassee, a kangaroo court, a dumb jury, didn't understand their sophisticated defense, and Georgia Cappleman dumbed down her argument to a 4th grade level. You got it. You know the rap.
Is there any contact between your lawyers and her lawyers?
You'd have to ask them.
You said you didn't have any contact with her. Did you have any contact?
Zero contact with her.
So your lawyers didn't tell you anything on behalf of her lawyers?
Absolutely not.
And her lawyers didn't hear anything from your lawyers?
I don't know what lawyers talk about, but I can tell you that I never talked to Katie, and I never told my lawyers.
You never relayed a message through your lawyers that the Adelson family would not be talking in this case?
Absolutely not.
And she had nothing to worry about as far as that end was concerned?
That's not true at all.
Did you or your agent contact her brother to offer to assist with her attorney's fees in her case?
That's a complete lie.
On 10/27 of 15, you say you can't wait to get lunch with her. She's the best, and you're lucky to have her as a friend for life. Did you say that?
Yes.
10/27/15, you can't wait to get lunch with her. 10/30/15, you tell her you miss her. 12/9 of 15, again, you tell her she's the best.
Yeah, I said all those things.
Do you agree that this picture does not look like a relationship between an extortionist and her victim?
I agree, because Katie wasn't the extortionist.
She was the extortionist.
In 2014 and
No.
2015, I didn't believe that.
I know you didn't believe it, but we're looking back now, okay?
You know, it's like if you're going to quote me, date me. Like at what I knew in 2014 and what I knew in 2015 is not what I know now in 2023.
Okay, yes, I hear you. You didn't know then, and that's why you were nice to her.
Yeah, I thought she was protecting me.
Got it. And none of those factors that I pointed out weighed into that consideration, that she ran her mouth, that she brought the Latin Kings on you, she was taking the money from you. None of that counterbalanced it. You were still going to be friends with her and keep her happy.
You're wrong. I didn't know about the Latin Kings in 2014 or 2015.
All right. The love text, which is what I'm referring to all these texts where you're still nice to this person after you break up with her. You're still doing favors for this person after you break up with her. I mean, that's like a major problem for your defense, isn't it?
No, our relationship got stronger. I agree. Our relationship got stronger, but it was much different.
Isn't that why she has to be an innocent conduit between you and the bad guys? Because if those texts didn't exist, she would be the extortionist and the bad actor in this whole thing, right?
I'm not following your theory.
You have to explain away those texts, don't you, Doctor?
No, I have to sit here and tell you the truth. And now you're finding it out.
Most people don't send kissy faces to people that are extorting money out of them. I mean, she was taking your money.
Again, Ms. Kappelman, she was not extorting me at the time.
That's not how it's done, is it?
I'm telling you how it was done.
So then over these next 2 years, you would meet her monthly and hand over a bundle of checks and $3,000 in cash, right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, tell me.
I would hand
Tell me
over
how wrong.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks. And so over the course of 2 years, I'm terrible at math, but that's roughly how much money? Because I think I did $3,000. It's $48,000 in cash, in addition to the $138 you provided the night of. Do you agree with that?
If your math is correct, I'm just telling you what I paid her each month.
And
So ridiculous. No, I didn't give Katie $3,000 and some checks. I gave her $2,000 in cash and some checks. Because, you know, the Latin Kings love being paid in checks. That was a good defense, though, that she needed a job for health insurance. Certainly that is, I mean, health insurance is exorbitant. if you needed to cover your kids to show that you're working, but I would think that you would be able to get Medicaid not working. So I don't know.
And the checks, which is another $17,000, right?
You're doing the math.
Okay. It was a lot of money. Was it a lot of money to you?
It was a lot of money to me, yeah. I work hard.
You hear that, Jeri? He works hard. He was too busy. He was too busy to be a part of this. Too busy. He's a hard worker. I love how they just hammer that home. He was so busy, such a hard worker. He was too busy. He didn't have time for this. He couldn't work this. He couldn't fit a murder for hire into his schedule. I haven't got time for the pain. Do you guys remember that song? I haven't got time for the pain. Haven't got time for murder for hire. Too busy. Working too hard.
Did the extortionists, whoever they were, ever try to increase the payments or come for more money?
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke. And that's what led me to think that she was not a part of this, because she could have easily jacked up the payments.
Well, she's sharing $3,000 a month with.
Katie was always broke, but strangely, her breasts seemed to increase in size, and she was strangely going on cruises with her mother. That's what confused me, Ms. Kappelman.
A bunch of other people, right? At least one other person.
I didn't think she was sharing it. Why is she coming to me for $300 for her kid's birthday?
Because she's broke.
Because she wasn't getting any of the money.
Half of $3,000 doesn't do much when you're living in Miami with 2 kids to feed, right?
I didn't think she was sharing anything.
Well, even if she was sharing it, that's your point. She must not have been taking the money because she was broke. And my point is, she could have been taking half the money and been broke.
That's not how I saw it.
It's not a lot of money.
That's not how I saw it.
Tell me about Dan Markel a little bit. What you sort of said, what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, was he was, a nice enough guy, typical Wendy boyfriend, but not really your kind of guy.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate description.
Right. Do you agree that he was this brilliant legal mind?
I mean, I think he was a little on the nerdy, nice guy. Just kind of like the average guy that my sister dated.
Not the kind of guy you want to have a beer with, though.
We never had a beer together. I mean, not that I wouldn't have had a beer if he wanted to have one. We just didn't have that much in common, but he was always nice to me.
Do you appreciate the fact that his death was a terrible loss to his sons?
It was horrible.
Do you think they were better off without him?
Absolutely not.
Did you host a celebration dinner after his murder?
That's a complete lie.
On The Wire, would you agree that the Markel boys were in the background pretty much of every call you had?
You notice all those extra words? That's a complete lie. Where you have absolutely not. Which I follow statement analysis, which I think is so interesting. I don't know if it's the be all and end all, but it's certainly interesting to look at. Absolutely not. I would never do that. Those things don't mean no. Absolutely not. Just say no. All these extra words.
With your mom, and we hear them a lot, right?
My sister was working, so my parents would help my sister out. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was summertime, so they were out of school, I would assume.
I don't know if it was every call, but they definitely helped my sister out for sure.
All right, and those calls captured Donna pushing them on the swings, that call that tortured all of us a couple times. Remember that one?
Yeah, there was a call where she was pushing them on the swings.
Taking them to tennis lessons.
That was the same day. I mean, that was the same call that got broken up, and she called me back. But yes.
Doing their bedtime routine.
Helping my sister out for sure.
Reading stories, brushing teeth, getting haircuts, going to piano, story time and bedtime, all of that kind of stuff.
All stuff that parents and grandparents do. You're right.
All right. She even said to you on one of the calls regarding the bedtime routine that, quote, we have a whole routine going.
We have a whole routine, but we have no rights. No rights at all. Grandparents have no rights. So it doesn't matter, the law hasn't passed. Wendy has all the power. Wendy. I'm going to take a quick break, a 1-minute break. When we get back, more of Charlie Adelson's. Please hit the thumbs up. It makes a huge difference in getting this content out there. Please hit the thumbs up. And I will be right back in 1 minute. Don't go anywhere.
We don't take a break. Grab a snack or maybe a glass of wine. Roberta will be back in no time. This podcast is listener supported, so smash that like button and subscribe or become a patron for exclusive content if you are so inclined. Have something to say? Shoot Roberta a super chat. She will do her best to read it all there without delay. Now Roberta's back and ready to put the true back in true crime. Here's Roberta.
Okay, we are back. If you're just tuning in, we are watching Charlie Adelson's cross-examination in anticipation in his murder trial of Dan Markel, in anticipation of Donna Adelson's trial, which begins Tuesday. Jury voir dire begins for the potential jury and jurors on Tuesday, this Tuesday.
You remember that?
I have a whole routine with my son. I mean, I think it's normal with kids. You have a routine to put them to bed.
Right.
You
All
gotta
the
brush
kind
your
of
teeth.
things.
Can't forget to brush your teeth.
All the well, dental humor couldn't hurt, right?
What's that?
All the things that you know your mom wouldn't have been able to do as readily if the kids were living in Tallahassee. Agree with that?
I mean, when they come up to visit them, they'd be doing the same thing.
Sure, when they came up to visit, but now they're doing it every day, right? Almost every day.
Not every day, but when my sister needed them, she helped them out.
And these are all things, these little routine things that Dan Markel will never be able to do with his sons. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Does your mom have a favorite child?
She says she doesn't have favorites, but I don't think she likes my older brother.
Okay. But is Wendy the favorite?
I'd like to think it's a tie between me and her.
Does your mom worry more about Wendy than you?
Look at Charlie bragging up there about being Donna's favorite. I don't think he likes my older brother too much because he figured out that there was something very strange about the entire family having no curiosity about who killed Dan Markel. He caught wind of that, sniffed around and thought that something was very off about that. So I don't think my mother likes him too much. So I'm the favorite. So proud of it. It's bizarre. Bizarre.
I think maybe in different parts of my life, she's probably more concerned about me. Different parts of my sister's life, she may be more concerned about her.
Is it true that your mom has a tendency to worry herself sick if there's something going on with one of you kids?
Nah, I mean, she's a concerned mom, but I think she's a normal mom.
Was she pretty worried about Wendy's marital problems?
No.
She wasn't.
I think she'd get upset when my sister would tell her things that Danny was doing and going to work, and bad-mouthing her, but I think any parent would get upset.
But also she would meticulously go through all the filings and send long emails detailing her thoughts about every filing in this divorce.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Did she hate?
I don't think that's the case at all. I mean, the emails exist, but if I just say it's not the case, they're not long emails detailing exactly the legal strategy to use, Wendy. How to get in good with the judge and how the Black Christian judge will love your conversion, the kid's conversion to Christianity. I don't think that's the case. I mean, the jury can look at the evidence, but that's not the case. It's ironic. Thanks so much for becoming a member. Welcome aboard. I'll just wish away the evidence.
Hate Dan Markel?
I think she liked him in the beginning, for sure. And I think when he was being a jerk to my sister, I don't think anyone particularly liked him when he was being a jerk.
What about the time around the time that he was killed? Did your mother hate Dan Markel?
No, I think it had kind of like tapered off. I think she only disliked him when he was being mean to my sister. Other than that, nobody had a problem.
He
with
was being mean to your sister during these divorce proceedings and subsequent litigation, right?
I think it was on and off. I think it was sporadic.
And when your mom's worried about Wendy, does she come to you for solutions or to talk things out?
No, I don't think worried is the right word to describe it.
Does she ever make Wendy's problems your problems?
No.
Like convincing you to get Wendy to pull the plug on the house on Halloween 2013? Didn't she convince you to sort of take up that cause?
No, that was actually me. I thought I shared my thoughts on home ownership for my sister. That was all me.
Didn't you say that if she had bought that house, that would have been the second worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought it was going to be a stupid decision to buy that house.
And what was the first worst decision of Wendy's life?
Oh, I thought looking at hindsight 2020, I think when she'd agreed when she married Dan.
And did you convince her to take a particular job as well? Remember that call?
Yeah, she got an offer from a law firm and she was debating whether or not she should take it. She didn't know if it was exactly what she wanted to do. And I was like, hey, you don't know what you don't like doing until you've done it. Seems like a great opportunity. Like, why not do it? Learn the job skill. It's a skill you don't. And she's like, well, I don't have that skill. And I'm like, well, it's a good opportunity to learn it and you may like it. And if you don't like it, then try something else. But I was trying to encourage her to take what sounded like a great opportunity.
And Mom shared your thoughts, and I'm referring to Donna Adelson, shared your thoughts about this opportunity being a good one for Wendy, right?
I probably heard about the job from my mom, but I definitely heard about it from my sister because I'm talking to my sister about it.
Yeah, I mean, the job was not what she had any experience in, right? It was a whole nother field of law.
Then that was my point. It was like, well, why not take it if they're offering it to you and you can learn something new? It sounds like a great opportunity.
Do you and Donna know what's best for Wendy better than she knows herself?
No, but not at all.
Were you a spy when it came to Wendy? Did you get information from Wendy and relay it to Donna?
At times, because I was dating Bree and Bree worked for Dave. So I would hear stuff about Dave from Bree. So I kind of had an inside, I got inside information.
In what capacity did Bree work for Dave?
Dave was his, after she graduated from college, she was working as a nanny for Dave.
All right. And how old was Bree during the time you were dating her? Was she significantly younger than you?
She was 24 and I was 39.
Is Bree the mother of your child?
She is the mother of my child, yeah.
All right, so back to Wendy and Donna. So Wendy, was she tight-lipped with Donna about her private life?
I don't think she shared everything.
But she would tell things to you that she wouldn't tell to Donna.
I can't say that for sure.
Can you play clip 1, please? Publishing call EEE. EEE. Please. Yeah, would you? That'd be great. Please go to 209.
Which we're already going.
On this way, they'll just hop off at there and fast. Anyway, so I just put the date now.
Oh, did you?
So I just called an old fart. And reminded me that she's a few months older than me. But so actually, it's her birthday. Turns out Wendy's making him a little party in Fleetwood.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Wendy's always like very tight-lipped.
You're not kidding.
So what you need to do is, she's obviously tight-lipped for a reason, is because she doesn't want you to know anything.
Anything.
So my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything.
I don't
If
know.
she's happy,
Yeah.
and then I can find everything out and just tell you.
I know. It's great.
So I was like, so what are you doing for your birthday? It's like, well, Wendy's making me like a little birthday dinner, a little get-together party. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me, and she's doing it in Woodwood.
Aw.
So I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome.
All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody is meeting for the this Miami Fellows thing that she got. And that she was here tonight because it starts early, first thing tomorrow morning.
Right.
So I guess in between, she managed to do something else. Which makes me happy. I'm really glad.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't imagine. Oh,
So,
yeah, he's happy good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember yesterday?
So just to catch everybody up, so just in case you don't know who this Dave guy is that they're talking about here, this is the dreamboat that Donna hoped Wendy would get with. He was hoping that Wendy would marry Dave. He had 2 kids of his own from a previous marriage, a relationship. He's some kind of computer whiz. She talks about one of the boys wanting to start an app or create an app and wanting to talk to Dave about it. Here he is giving a workshop, on cyber terrorism.
It's titled Cyber War and Violent Extremism. To be honest, I'm not a terrorism-specific expert. I've been learning a lot over the past few days. Exactly. Now I'm a terrorism expert, but like last Sunday I was not. So
that'll give you just a picture of who he is. And Wendy says, "Oh yeah, everyone liked Dave, but their head to the side, but we were just friends."
Since you were telling a story about Katie coming in from having had some kind of altercation with Garcia, and she had reported that the necklace had been pulled off her neck. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when you were relaying that story to the jury, you used a specific term describing what Garcia had done to her. Do you remember what that term was?
It was only yesterday, but you'll have to refresh my memory how I described it.
You said he roughed her up.
That's accurate.
And that put my antenna up, because that roughed them up is the exact same phrase that Catherine Magbanua said in her proffer that you used on Halloween 2013 when you first approached her about, does she know anyone who can rough someone up?
No, I think
I love looking at Rashbaum's face. He's like, "Oh no, we're in trouble." Georgia Kappelman has identified a major weakness in our 95% great testimony that Charlie gave. So Georgia insightfully picked out that when Charlie was telling the story of Catherine McManawa coming into his house and telling a story about how Sigfredo ripped off her necklace off of her neck and roughed her up. Roughed up was the same expression used when Charlie Adelson asked Catherine McManawa if she knew anyone who could rough someone up. Of course, he didn't want someone just to be roughed up. He wanted someone murdered, and that person was Dan Markel, but that is how he brought up the subject. And Dan Rashbaum is making faces like, oh, this is just a coincidence. This is just a nitpicking here, and court pantomiming to the jury that they should find this ridiculous, letting them know through his facial expressions that this is a coincidence and not to be taken seriously. Georgia Kappelman's astute observation.
Getting roughed up is an adjective, but what you're doing is the same thing you did with your TV theory. Is like you heard TV mentioned multiple times, so you put the whole case together with the TV.
Okay,
and
we'll
you're
get
putting
to
the
the
whole case
TV.
together with the word roughed up. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm
think
not
if
putting the whole case together.
This is what true crime people do when they're arguing. This triggers me so much because I'll see this in my comment section. All you said was, when we were talking about the totality of evidence, they'll pick out one thing. Well, I mean, I know he confessed 50,000 times, but have you ever heard of a false confession? Forget the rest of the other evidence. Or maybe the cops fed him that, going outside the confines. Hey, Charlie Adelson, what does the TV is about 5 mean? That's Donna talking about the undercover and being sorted for $5,000. She's letting you know that TV is absolutely connected to Dan Markel's murder. She's talking in code. When she says TV, you know that not only that they want $5,000, but they want $5,000 in connection with Dan Markel's murder. Strangely, getting Wendy's TV fixed was her alibi. What a coincidence. Hey, Georgia, you're just picking out the word TV and making it a code. You're the word TV. And it all becomes about the TV. There's some people watching this trial on TV. You think that they're connected to this murder? I'm expecting him to argue that next.
Together.
One moment. Don't speak over each other.
But that's
Please wait for him to answer, then you can ask your next question. Go ahead.
But that's an unusual, I mean, it's a specific term. I'm not making a whole case out of it, but did you say roughed up in both places?
Katie was roughed up by Sigfredo when he tore a necklace off of her neck, yes.
And isn't that the same term you used when you first broached Catherine McManawa about did she know someone who could rough up someone else?
Never in my life have I ever asked her that question. Never in my life. That conversation never took place.
Did you ever hear Donna Adelson refer to Dan Markel?
Right. She just coincidentally picked out the phrase roughed out of nowhere, made up a random time and date. And strangely, it's in your very limited vocabulary. And not for nothing. Is anyone else getting anyone else getting triggered by the gum chewing by Dan Rashbaum? Dropping the jaw and just chewing in the most dramatic way. Yeah, it's just all a coincidence. Katie made up that word, TV, roughed up. It's all made up. Nothing ever happened. This whole case, including all the telephone evidence, wiretaps, and surveillance video are all a figment of Georgia Cappleman's imagination.
As stupid?
No.
Were you laughing when Wendy was on the stand and I read all the names that Donna referred to Dan Markel as?
No, I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
Okay. What did she mean when she said Dan Markel was trying to take her sunshines away? Do you know?
My mom never said that.
Oh, so you never heard her say
that was made up, and he put it in a court filing, and then now it becomes something that my mom said because someone made it up and put it in a court filing. My mom never said that.
Did your mom refer to the children as her sunshines?
No, the kids were 3 and 4. A 3 and 4-year-old can't repeat a conversation and remember words 6 hours later and repeat it accurately. I have a 5-year-old son. Never seen a 3 and 4-year-old do that. So it was made up, and now you're repeating it.
Okay. Have you been a good brother to Wendy?
I always try to be a good brother.
It sounds like maybe you're not agreeing that this was a really nasty divorce, or are you agreeing it was a nasty divorce?
I mean, I don't think any divorces can be pleasant, but I think they definitely had their fights. I mean, they were fighting over bicycles and all kinds of crap.
But in addition to that, Dan Markel accused your sister of fraud, right?
He made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges.
Oh, that's a new one. You just told me.
That one's in the emails that are in evidence. Did you review those?
I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case.
Was seeking contempt proceedings. You heard about that here in court, yes?
I heard about that, yeah.
Even went after her lawyer personally, right?
He made serious threats against her lawyer.
And her bar card could have been in jeopardy if any of those, or some of them.
I heard the other day she was saying that I guess her lawyer, he was threatening her lawyer's bar card.
Her lawyer's bar card as well as Wendy's.
He was making lots of threats and writing lots of stuff, I guess.
And he messed with your mom too, didn't he? In that grandma motion, you know which one I'm talking about?
I don't think he was messing with my mom. I mean, nobody took that seriously, and I don't think anyone even knew about it.
Isn't your mom, I'm sorry, finish.
I said I don't think anyone even knew about it till years later.
Isn't your mom notorious for always getting worked up about everything?
She gets upset. I mean, she's a concerned mom. I mean,
but is she notorious for getting really worked up about everything?
To a certain extent. I mean,
aren't those your own words from Call S that's in evidence in this case?
Yeah, those are my words, but you can't, not to an extreme, but she does worry, especially when like Latin King gang members are extorting her for money.
Did your mom take the grandma motion seriously?
I don't think she even knew about it.
She didn't talk to you about it?
No, I didn't find out about it till years later.
Wasn't this divorce a big deal in your family?
It didn't affect my life, I can tell you that. So I don't think that's true. I think it was a big deal in my sister's life.
Why did Wendy testify that she was getting along well with Dan Markel just prior to his death? Can we agree that's not true?
I think there were ups and downs and how they got along. I mean, you got to ask her. She was on the stand. I mean, I wasn't living her life.
Is it part of your defense to minimize how nasty and contentious this divorce was?
My defense is to tell the truth.
Did you have any input on the decision to change the boys' names from Markel to Adelson?
Absolutely not.
Do you and Donna have to protect Wendy?
No.
Does Wendy appreciate everything you and Donna do for her?
You got to ask her. I mean, she's my sister. I love her. I try to give her my best advice I can. If I care about her, and I give her my advice, whether she takes it or not, is up to her. She's a grown woman.
Let me ask it another way. Do you feel, or isn't it true that you don't feel that Wendy appreciates everything you and Donna do for her?
And my sister had no idea what I've been through in the last, God knows how many years, and I wake up worrying, am I going to get killed? Am I going to get arrested? And she knows none of it. She's just going around her life and I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her, you know, probably unjust because she didn't know what happened. But yeah, I was upset.
And weren't you saying on the wire that
Strangely, he's worried about getting arrested. That's what he's worried about. Am I worried about going to get killed? Am I worried going to get beaten within an inch of my life by these Latin kings? But arrested? That's what he's really worried about. You know, you've seen the Society Pages video with Katie Kool-Lady on the whole arrest went down. He was in a house in his underwear. Seemed like fuel to the gills on substances. It seemed like surrounded by guns. So paranoia had become the Adelson's world, not just Donna's, but Charlie's too.
she doesn't appreciate what you and Donna have done for her?
I don't know if I said that she doesn't appreciate what I've done for her because I never did anything for her.
Okay, so that was my next question. What have you done for her? Nothing?
Other than give her advice and care about her, be a big brother that loves her. Like,
would you say Wendy's a little bit spoiled?
In some regards, I mean, she gets a lot of help for sure.
Is she a little less savvy about how the world works than you are?
I don't know. I mean, you got to ask her.
Could you trust Wendy with a secret that could ruin your life?
It's not a secret. It's something that would get me killed. So I didn't want to tell her.
Can we agree that she obviously knew something about this crime?
She found out when she came to court. I never told her anything.
I'm talking about the murder of Dan Markel. She knew something, right? I mean, it's not a coincidence she went to the crime scene, is it?
You're talking about the route that she took that day?
I'm talking about her pulling up to the crime scene tape.
She never went to the crime scene. She was going to buy a bottle of liquor that coincidentally the person sent her a stock the bar party for buy a bottle of bullet bourbon that she was going to pick up. She wasn't driving to a crime scene.
Exactly, Charlie. Oh, Georgia Kappelman and a coincidence is roughed up. TV.
I think she made that.
Driving by the crime scene. When will it end? When will her crazy imagination end? Just one twist of the facts after the next. And the jury bought it. Not a jury of his peers. Not a jury of my son's peers.
Bourbon that she was going to pick up. She wasn't driving to a crime scene. And I think she made that clear too. Nobody knew a murder was taking place.
She pulled up to the crime scene tape, Dr. Adelson.
She didn't pull up to the crime scene tape. She was driving down the street and then had to make a U-turn. It was blocked off. But she wasn't going to.
She couldn't help herself.
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She exposed you all to some degree by those actions, didn't she?
No, not at all.
And then she threw you under the bus in her interview, didn't she?
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew her husband had just been shot and they were asking her who would want him dead. And she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No one knew a murder was going to take place. We had to make sure it did take place, Georgia. That's what we were doing. We had to make sure. We had to go check it out. Someone on the nearby had to check it out. So Wendy went and checked it out. It was nothing. And she made something out of nothing.
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew her husband had just been shot and they were asking her who would want him dead. And she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No, she said a lot of people's names.
Well, she said yours in the first 25 pages of a 5-hour interview. Isn't that true?
I wasn't there for the interview.
But you've reviewed it in preparation for your trial, haven't you?
I actually don't know if I've seen her interview.
There was a lot of questions of you about, didn't you do this murder with Wendy? Doesn't the state think you did this murder with Wendy? Are you familiar with your charges in this case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with my
All right.
charges.
And who are you alleged to have done this murder with?
I'm alleged to have done this murder with my sister, my mom, and my dad.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a copy of the indictment in this case?
I'm a slow reader, but I could read it if you want.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And this is the official charging document in your case, Dr. Adelson. What does it say in reference to who you are alleged to have committed the murder with?
Isn't that interesting? He just says the Adelson family. He doesn't say Catherine McBanowa and Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, because for him, the Adelson family is everything. They're only people that matter.
This is, what day is this? 2022. Oh, they think I did a murder with Katie.
Catherine McBanowa.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Give me a minute, I'll read.
He needs to read to refresh his memory. Unreal. Unreal.
They got Luis Rivera in here. They got Sigfredo Garcia.
As being alleged to have committed the murder with you?
Did I read it too quick?
Take your time. Should just be at the very top of each charge. On or about July 18th, 2014, did unlawfully.
Okay. Yeah, Katie. Catherine.
Okay. For that fact,
No, not at all.
are you pissed that she told all that stuff to Jeff Lacoste?
I don't think she said that to Jeff, but I wasn't there.
How did Lacoste know about the celebration dinner?
That we went out to dinner. She got sick, so she may have told someone that she threw up.
And then what? He just added the part about you referring to it as a celebration?
I never referred to it as a celebration dinner. I picked my sister up. I said, "Where do you want to go to eat?" She said she wanted pizza or sushi. I said, "I know a great sushi place." We went there. We didn't have.
We never called it the celebration dinner. We called it the happy meal. I mean, come on. And someone suggested in a comment that another channel was talking about Wendy throwing up because she might have been pregnant. I mean, isn't that, I don't know. Isn't that morning sickness, not evening sickness? I don't know. Guess you could be nauseous anytime. Certainly was drinking a lot for that, but who knows? People have all sorts of all sorts of theories. I wouldn't call any of them crazy. This whole case is crazier than fiction.
Have reservations. We ended up sitting at the bar for an hour waiting for our table. She had 2 drinks and got sick.
She vomited on the dinner table or at the dinner table.
Yeah, she got her to the bathroom, but yeah, she doesn't drink alcohol. So those 2 drinks, and I think on an empty stomach, I think she got really sick. But there was no celebration dinner. It was the first time that she actually really left the house since she got back from Tallahassee. She was devastated.
Did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markell right before she vomited?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember what you said right before she vomited?
She was I think she said, "I don't feel well." And I say, "Oh no." And then she threw up.
Before that?
No, I think I said, "Oh no." And then she threw up.
Before she announced that she was going to be ill.
Right.
Do you remember what the conversation was?
Just how's the food? How's your day?
He knows. That's a Duber's Delight smile right there. He knows what he said. And George has got him. Jory could not miss this. He said something about Dan Markell's murder that made her feel sick. little too close to the bone. And she said, I'm going to be sick. And he said, oh no. And she ran to the bathroom, nearly threw up on the table.
I mean, we were probably about halfway through dinner. If you look at the timetable, we weren't there long.
Why did you brag to Jeffrey Lacoste about your connection to the Cuban criminal?
We weren't there long. Yeah. What does that mean? What does that mean? She didn't throw up? I couldn't have made a comment about Dan Markel's murder because there wasn't time enough? It's just like one of those weird liars' arguments. Her throwing up on the dinner table put a damper on our celebration dinner. Or nearly throwing up on the table.
Criminal element.
Never said that to Jeff Lacoste.
So he's making that up?
If he said it, I never said it.
Well, you were in here when he said it, weren't you?
I heard him say it, yeah. But I never said that to him.
On one of these calls, and it's in the context of talking about Dave and Wendy's relationship with Dave, you tell your mom that you've already gone above and beyond for Wendy. Was that a reference to having her ex murdered?
No, that's me getting tired of this Dave stuff. I mean, Dave's a great guy. I mean, everyone who meets him likes him. He's not only super successful, but he's very low key, like t-shirts and jeans kind of guy. And he loved my sister's kids. I mean, if you listen to The Wire, the point I was making is not how successful it is. The point I was making is that my nephews farted on him, and he thought it was funny and didn't bother him. And he also has 3 young kids, the same ages as my sister's 2 young kids. They actually met in line when my sister was registering the kids for school, and it was they've been friends for years. So I thought it was a great opportunity for my sister to have a great guy in her life. And I was getting sick and tired of Dave calls, and The Wire started in April. My sister's birthday's in April. Dave's birthday's in April. So you got a ton of Dave chatter on this case. But believe me, I'd go crazy if I was talking about Dave like this all year long.
So that's a no. You did not reference having her ex murdered?
Absolutely not.
When you said
No.
you've already gone above and beyond?
No, that was me getting sick of dealing with the Dave stuff. As great of a guy as he is, I was still getting sick of it.
When the $1 million offer was conceived, do you recall whose idea that was?
My parents.
Why was the relocation worth $1 million?
Well, it was actually I was going to pay a third, so I only looked at it as that way. Why was it worth it?
Mm-hmm. That's the question.
Because it was going to help my sister out, and it was going to give her a good opportunity for a good job down here, and she was going to be around family, and family's important. So that's why.
Isn't it true that financially you came out ahead on this deal as opposed to if you had coughed up the third of the $1 million offer?
How in the world did I come up ahead? This is the craziest
Financially,
thing.
You paid $138,000, then you paid $2,000 a month plus the $1,000 payroll amount. You're still about over $100,000 ahead financially than if you had coughed up the $333K.
No, I would have been better off paying. And first of all, I never paid for murders. This is a crazy question, but paying $3,000 a month for life is not anything anybody wants to do.
I didn't say anything about paying for a murder. I said you paid $138,000, which you did.
I got extorted for $330,000.
And then you paid, but you didn't pay the $330,000.
Right, because I didn't have it. That cleared out my safe, and that was what was in my safe that night.
All right. Can we agree that Wendy was stressed out about the issues surrounding her divorce?
I think the divorce caused stress in her life, yes.
And you were hearing about it from your mother, weren't you?
Yeah, I would hear.
Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one, that sort of thing.
Yeah, like I said it before, is that my sister would tell my mom a story. I'd be sitting in the car driving. My mom would be talking to me and telling me the latest story of the day. And that's how that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19/14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendy and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry. You made me laugh. Sorry.
That's what I'm here for. Is that what happened? That text?
Did my mom use a foul word to describe him?
Yes, sir. Asshole and fucker, to be specific.
Sorry. She used a curse word, correct.
Is that pretty strong language for your mom, or is that how she speaks?
I mean, it is pretty strong language, but I think I've been called a lot worse, but I mean, listen, my mom used a curse word. She used a curse word. You just use curse words too. So
Was Wendy less stressed?
Right, Georgia. You use curse words too. You probably make up words like gibbers for your ex.
Oh, yeah. Was Wendy less stressed out once all this litigation was over?
No, she was a million times more stressed out.
Was she better off financially?
There may have been some, but not much. I don't think so.
Was she able to stop paying her $800 an hour divorce lawyers?
Yes.
Did she get $2.7 million in benefits for her children plus $4,800 a month for the boys' benefit?
No, as far as I know, that money was in trust and it's controlled by Dan Markel's sister. So none of that money, you keep saying it like the money went to her. The money's in trust for the kids, and that money never went to her.
Some of it went to her and some of it was in trust for the kids, right?
I don't know the breakdown, but I know the 90-something% of what you're talking about is in trust, and it's in trust for the children. It's not for her benefit.
Right. It's for the benefit of the boys, but it has to come through her because they're children, right?
Well, it has.
She gets disbursements, right?
It has to go through the executor of the trust. And my sister's not the executor of the trust.
No, sir. I'm not saying she is. When the executor of the trust disperses money for the benefit of the boys, it gets dispersed to Wendy, right?
See, you know more than I know.
Did you have trouble sleeping after the murder?
After I was extorted, for sure.
Did Katie text you on 12/19/15? Sorry, we have problems sleeping and shit. We do have a lot of weight on our shoulders.
Did she text me that?
Did she text you that?
I mean, she may have, but it sounds about right.
Do you want to look at the text?
I can look at it, sure. Which one?
Glasses. You can look around for context if you want, but I'm looking at page 2 of this exhibit, and it's got a little box around it.
Thanks.
And if that refreshes your recollection, the question is, did she send it?
Yeah.
I want to go over a little bit some of the payments or gifts that you gave to Catherine Magdanois. We've heard a lot about her being put on the payroll at the Adelson Institute, and she made this demand to you when you met her to give her the first extortion payment on the payment plan. Is that correct?
She didn't make a demand. When I gave her the $3,000 for her friend, she asked me if I could do her a favor and put her on payroll for $1,000 a month so that she could get insurance for her kids. She was going to cash the check, and the money was still going to her friend. So that money wasn't going to her. She was getting insurance for her
And
kids
did you
as a favor.
believe her that she would give the money from the paychecks to the friend?
I believe what she was saying to me, yeah.
Isn't it true that Catherine McDaniel actually asked you to place her on the payroll back in June prior to this extortion effort?
I don't know if I put her on payroll. She asked me if I could put her as something when I was dating her, put her as something on the office so she could get insurance. But I never did.
And that was in June.
Yeah, I remember she'd asked me about it before, but I never did anything.
In June 24th of 2014, she says, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' insurance. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment." To which you respond, "No problem." Remember that?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking she was asking about payroll. I think she was asking just to say that she worked there, so that we'd sign a letter saying that she was employed. But that doesn't say anything about writing checks to her.
And that request was made in between the two trips that the killers made.
That
Correct.
request, well, she asked me if I could do that for her while I was dating her, and I never even did it.
And did she ask if you could do that in between the two trips that the killers made?
I didn't know when they went up, but I found out later that they went up in June.
All right, so that email would have been sent, or I'm sorry, it's a text. That text would have been sent prior to what you're calling is the first layer of the extortion.
That text was sent to me while I was dating her, but I never.
Prior to the first layer of extortion,
The text was sent in June
prior to the first layer of extortion,
before I was extorted. Yeah, before I broke up with her.
and you say several times on the wire that she was cleaning at the office. Was she really cleaning?
No, she never worked for us.
She was doing some type of cleanup for you, wasn't she?
No. In my mind, like when the extortion never went up, and I just assumed, I thought that she wasn't part of it and she was protecting me. Usually extortion goes up. It always gets ratcheted up from what I've heard.
What's the fear of not keeping her happy is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I could get killed, or the people who are extorting me could come rob me. And I didn't get killed. I didn't get robbed. The extortion never went up. I thought she was really protecting me.
If that's the case, why not just, I mean, you're complying with everything they've asked you to do, right?
I'm doing everything that was asked to do, and yeah.
So why reach out and say, "Hey, can I get you a trip to Key West to go with that extortion money?"
I never said, "Can I get you a trip to Key West?"
You didn't say you were trying to get them the owner's cottage. Maybe it's not in Key West. Trying to get them the owner's cottage because it's the nicest, $380 a night. The postcard inn. Do you recall all those conversations?
Oh yeah, for sure. And she'd actually asked me weeks before the bump, because I had this connection at a place called the Moorings that I could get like a really great price at a really affordable price for how nice the place is. And I said I was going to make some calls and help her out and get it. And then I ended up giving her $300 for when she picked up that bag at my house. I put $300 in it and I got her a hotel room.
Is that a yes? You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do.
And she didn't want the trip. In the text messages, she's saying like, "No thanks," and you're kind of forcing it down her throat. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because actually it's funny, at that time in the wire, I was trying to see if Katie and him were together or they weren't together. So that's why I kept asking, how are things? Are you guys okay? Because if they were fighting, it was making me think more and more that the reason she was avoiding me was because she found out that he was the one who was doing the second extortion again. So I was trying to figure out if it was him and if she was lying to me.
And in this case, she says, I don't want to do anything. And you say, you know what, F that, you're going there. You're going to have a good time.
For sure. I was trying to do nice things for her.
And then did you pay for a trip or offer to pay for a trip to Santo Domingo for Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia to visit his parents?
I didn't know who she was going with, but I paid for, you're talking about airline tickets?
Yes.
She called me up. She had an emergency. Something happened. She booked tickets for the wrong date. I had no idea who in the family she was going with. And she had no money. And I remember I was in Chicago. I was at a friend's wedding, and I took out my credit card and I gave her the credit card number and let her book tickets. I thought she was going with her kids.
So is that a yes? You paid for
Oh, yeah,
the
no,
trip to
I remember
Santo
that well.
Domingo. So
For
go
sure.
quicker if we could just
I'm sorry.
answer the question.
What's the objection?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Did you offer to buy Catherine Magbanua and her mom a cruise?
Yes, Katie had mentioned to me that she always wanted to be able to take her mom on a cruise. So I offered, but she never took me up on it.
Did you call in prescriptions for Catherine Magbanua?
She was a patient of record of my office.
Did you pay for a meal service for Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, I did.
Did you pay for car repairs for her?
Yeah, all this stuff was making me think she was broke. So yes, you're right.
Did you offer?
Right. That's exactly what you do for a broke woman extorting you. How are we doing on time here? We've gone for so long. It's like, should we just finish this out? Oh, whoop. Maybe that's a sign. Maybe it's a sign I should end here and finish this another time. See if we can, I don't know. Let's see where we are.
What about this birthday gift for Sigfredo Garcia? What was the bonsai tree in the bag? What was that all about?
Oh, she had asked me, and it's on a wire. It's on 420, where she says, "Can you get me some bud from Bud?" My next door neighbor's Bud, and she asked me if I could get some marijuana from my next door neighbor for her. So that's what, when I said I have a bonsai tree for you, she asked me, and I got her a little bit of marijuana from my next door neighbor for her.
And you said, I don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best. I did my best.
I was being completely, by the way, I was being completely sarcastic. I never would get Sigfredo Garcia a present in my life.
And you thought you hit it out of the park with the weed and the gift card. Did you say that?
Well, give me a little more context.
The context is you don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best and you think you hit it out of the park.
No, I was being completely sarcastic because she had asked me for that marijuana 2 weeks earlier, and I gave it to her. And then I was joking around when I gave it to her. I didn't want him to think that I was hooking up with her. So I started to joke around about it. And then I was like, maybe you can just tell him it was for me, because I didn't want him to think that I'm hooking up with Katie, and that's why I gave it to her.
Can we agree in general that it's important to maintain positive feelings between co-conspirators? If you're a co-conspirator with someone in a crime, you want to keep positive relationship with that person. Will you agree with that?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
Okay, I'm saying in general. Can you agree in general that co-conspirators in a crime want to stay friendly with each other?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
All right, can't agree to that. If a co-conspirator develops a motive to harm another one, that could be bad, right?
Co-conspirator. Say it again.
Say, a husband and wife do a murder together. And then 10 years later, they've gotten away with it, but 10 years later, they fall out. That could be a problem. Somebody might start talking, right?
I was never part of a murder.
Were these gifts, these things that you provided to Catherine Magbanua and her mother and Sigfredo Garcia payment for the murder?
Okay, I never got Sigfredo a gift in my life. The guy absolutely hates me. He wants to kill me. He stalked me. He extorted me. Like, that was being completely sarcastic, and sometimes I make some bad jokes, but that's, even when I wrote he wanted to take me deep sea fishing, I knew he wanted to kill me. Like, you have that text too. I didn't think we were going deep sea fishing.
On April 6th of 2015, did you receive a text from Catherine Magdanova that reads, "Next time, don't be such a dick to someone who has done something for you"?
Yeah, she's protecting me, and she's mad. She's mad at me over something.
Are these gifts what it took to secure her silence for so long?
No, absolutely not. I was never trying to get her silence. I was hoping she'd tell the truth.
Was your dad's birthday in between the two trips that the killers took?
Yeah, my dad's birthday is July 5th.
And what birthday was that for him?
It was his 70th birthday party.
All right, so there's been a lot of talk about the texting between you and your mom about the birthday. And she texts you on March 4th of 2014 and says she can't talk now, but she'll call when she goes to the bathroom in Gainesville and has privacy. She tells you to erase that text after you read it. Why did she have you erase that text?
Okay, if you look at the records, I never erased the text.
Well, why did she ask you? If you know, you may not know.
Maybe she's afraid my dad's looking at her phone and would find out about the present. It made no sense to me. That's why I was like, I didn't erase anything.
How is you erasing the text going to prevent your dad from seeing it on your mom's phone?
Well, if my dad looked at my mom's phone, then he'd see the text and maybe know what she's planning for his birthday.
You weren't with dad. She was with dad. Just to clarify.
Yeah, she was with my dad.
And the text that she asked you to erase, that particular text didn't say anything about a birthday or paella. Can we agree on that?
No, not. But I knew what it was about.
All right. 20 minutes later, she texts again and asks something about dad's birthday. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know we were trying to plan a surprise cruise. That was the original idea.
Okay, and the paella is mentioned elsewhere, not in this particular thread that we're talking about now.
Yeah,
Was paella the big birthday gift?
Yeah, I paid for the catering for the whole party.
Okay. Then 3 months later, on June 8th, just after midnight, you text her, quote, "Still working on dad's birthday present." Was that in reference to the paella guy?
Possibly what I was also getting was a present. I mean, it's been 10 years, so I don't know exactly what I got him 10 years ago on his birthday.
And then
or
at
what I was
1
thinking about.
a.m., I'm sorry, you weren't done.
No, or what I was thinking about getting him.
And then at 1 a.m., mom texts you back, "I know you'll," and I think she was in Israel, so that may account for the time, but she texts you, quote, "I know you'll come through for me." Is that what she said?
That's what the text said, yeah.
Can we agree the timing of these texts is consistent with being sent the day after the killers got home from their failed June murder trip?
No, it's consistent with a few weeks before my dad's birthday and trying to figure out what we're going to get him.
Why didn't you go to Dan's funeral?
In Canada?
I think there were some in Tallahassee and in Canada as well.
I know there was a
but did you go to either?
There was a memorial service.
Yeah, the memorial service that Donna and Wendy flew from and said that they were going to get in touch with Isom. Isom approached them and said, "Oh, would like to talk to you guys more, especially Donna. Talk to you about Dan Markel's murder," and they lawyered up and had no contact and said, "We're not talking." And Wendy was like, "Oh, bad line, bad connection. I'll get back to you," and never did. And Charlie seems like he never went.
Here.
Did you go to that?
No, I didn't attend.
He was too busy. He works hard, guys. You guys get that? He works hard.
I knew what had happened to him, and there's no way I could have shown up. I would have been too upset.
Mr. Dubin, your lawyer that was here.
He was too upset to go to the funeral. That's a first.
Seems like a long time ago at jury selection said, people have different ways. Seems like a long.
No, I didn't attend. I knew what had happened to him, and there's no way I could have shown up. I would have been too upset.
Mr. Dubin, your lawyer that was here. Seems like a long time ago at jury selection said, people have different ways of grieving and that sort of thing. Were you grieving for the death of Dan Markel?
I felt horrible about what happened, and I knew it happened.
When did you?
I wasn't close to him. But either way, I mean, I felt horrible about what happened.
When did you find out exactly how he was killed? Meaning like shot twice in the head.
I found out, it would have been the next morning is how I found out he got shot in the head.
Do you agree that this was a first degree able to identify the Prius?
He wasn't supposed to die at all. What was the plan? What was the plan then? What did they think the bullet was going to do going into the head? The plan was just to rough him up. Was that the plan, Charlie? What was the plan?
Did it surprise me?
Yes.
I'm not a cop. I don't know how cops investigate.
Did it surprise you to learn that it's not a requirement of law to put the person at the scene of the crime to be guilty of a crime?
Listen, I'm not a police detective.
Was the police work in this case thorough?
I'm sure the police did the best they could.
Did you think that you had done everything properly such that you could never be detected or caught for this?
I wasn't part of this murder at all. You have it wrong.
Catherine Magbanua said that you think you're untouchable. Is that true, Doctor?
That's not true at all.
Did your parents drop off money to you on the night of the murder?
I never saw my parents there. You could look at our cell phones and you'll find that out, that we never saw each other.
I did look at the cell phones, and what is on there is your mom texts you, quote, outside your house. And
No, I mean, look at the tower information.
I think you testified that meant she was just passing by on the roadway.
She was approaching the area, to see if I was home.
All right. And do you know what your response was to her text?
Yeah, like 20 or 30 minutes later, I said 10 minutes.
I'm 10 minutes out, is what you
I
said.
think I said 10 minutes, but yeah, I'm not home.
Doesn't that indicate you're going to meet them at your house in 10 minutes?
No, I told her to let me know when you're going to be in the area.
Was the money that Catherine Magbanua got damp?
I never gave her any money that was damp. The money I gave her came out of my safe.
Was it damp?
No, I took it out of my safe. I put it on the dresser. She put it in her purse.
Why did Garcia and Rivera, or whoever did it, I guess I should say, why did whoever did it need to kill someone to extort you?
You gotta ask them.
Well, why couldn't they just come put a gun to your head and say, give me all the money in your safe?
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't?
Thank God they didn't. I would have gotten killed.
If Garcia hated you, why would he drive to Tallahassee twice to kill someone you hated?
It sounds like he was part of the extortion, or Katie put him up to it.
Doesn't blackmail or extortion usually involve the extortionist having some kind of dirt on the victim?
I know how this was done to me. I know I'm just telling you what happened to me. I'm not an expert in it.
If they had come in and threatened to kill you, would you have given them the money in your safe?
If someone came and put a gun to my head, I would have opened up my safe and I would give them the money.
I still don't get how killing Dan Markel advances the ball for them to extort money out of you. Do you?
Yeah, I have a theory. They could extort me for life, and I don't think they knew exactly how much I had in the safe. She knew I had a lot of money in the safe. But this way I could get extorted for life, and that's what happened. And I was stuck paying $3,000. As real of a threat as you get. I mean, these guys aren't messing around.
All right, you didn't report this after Garcia was arrested, did you? Did not report this after Garcia's arrest?
No, not at all.
Okay, you did keep paying Catherine Magbanua after Garcia's arrest?
No, I never saw her again.
Did not report this after Magbanua's arrest, correct?
Correct.
Did not testify in either of their trials, correct?
Was never contacted to, but yes.
You were okay with the possibility of them getting away with killing Dan Markel.
I thought the truth was going to come out in 2019.
How? If the witness who knows something doesn't come forward?
Katie knows what happens and knows I was extorted, and her trial was in 19, and I was expecting the truth to come out then. And instead, I found out that she was having this affair with him on me, and she lied, and all this money was going to her.
So if her defense had been, I was an innocent conduit to an extortion, you would have backed her up on that?
If she would have come in and told the truth, and yeah, for sure. you would have heard the same story.
Where is your family located now? You don't have to be specific, but is your mom and dad, are they still in South Florida?
They still live in South Florida.
Okay, what about Wendy and the boys?
My parents live about 35 minutes from my sister, and I used to live about 45 minutes from them.
And are they okay, as far as you know, physically today as we sit here?
Yes.
And are you concerned that because you've told now on the Latin Kings that they're going to come kill your whole family?
I mean, I just told you that I knew that, was told then that Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, killed Dan Markel. So, I mean, I do have some concern when I get out.
Right, but even
after me.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I said I do have some concern with Latin Kings now that I spoke and told what I know.
But what about, I mean, Rivera was already in custody at one point, as well as Garcia and Magdano. My understanding is your continued fear was due to other Latin Kings, potentially. Is that accurate?
These are highly connected people. Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, in custody means absolutely nothing. If you think he can't send somebody from the outside, you're wrong.
All right. So my question to you is, did that happen? Because you told yesterday.
Was I killed yesterday when I was in jail? No.
And nobody in your family has been killed so far.
You're talking about in the last 24 hours?
Right.
Not that I know.
Okay. But you're worried about that.
I think now that I've spoken, I do have a concern, yes.
Okay. But not too concerned to remain silent when it's your own butt on the line, right?
I'm here to tell the truth. And yes, do I have a concern now that I told you what happened? Absolutely.
Mom tells you on that first wire call that the bump involves the two of us, referring to yourself and your mom, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
And would you agree, prior to your explanation, that looks pretty incriminating?
I think if you don't know what happened, you can assume the worst.
Isn't it true that you had to add the bit about confiding your extortion in your mom in order to put that toothpaste back in the tube?
No, that's what happened when I got the checks.
Otherwise, why would you bring your mom?
That's really damning evidence against Donna right there, where she says it involves the two of us. That's going to be hard to get around. I guess what they're going to say is it involves the two of us because only we know about this extortion. I bet money on that being Rashi's and Alex Morris's argument.
I'm into this.
I didn't want to. When I first told her on the phone and asked her to write the checks, I told her, I said, just it's a long story. I brushed it off and she didn't press anything, but I think she was out somewhere. It wasn't until when I picked up the checks that she started pressuring me and saying, this makes no sense. Why are you doing this? You're not dating Katie. And that's when she found out.
But your mom is the most high-strung out of the whole group, right? And she's old and she worries, right?
I don't think she's super high-strung, but she does worry about her kids.
You don't?
No. You've never met her.
Well, you said she was, quote, notorious for making a big deal out of everything.
I mean, she overreacts, but she's a mom. I think a lot of moms overreact.
Okay.
Bonnie Hines, thanks so much for becoming a member. Appreciate you supporting this long stream. We have 1,829 people watching across all platforms. I think that's a record for this channel. Appreciate your support. Please hit the like. Subscribe to the channel. Leave me a comment. Support the show on Venmo. Buy me a coffee or Patreon, or just shoot me a super chat. Appreciate it.
You could have told her, Katie's down on her luck and I'm just going to be putting her on the payroll. I mean, you were making enough money. You could tell her to just write checks, couldn't you? Why'd you have to tell her it was an extortion from Latin King gang members?
Well, okay, at that time I didn't know anything about the Latin Kings, but when I told her what happened, I was thinking that, you know what, it actually would be good if someone knows what happened in case I get killed, they at least know what direction to start looking in. So until that point, nobody even knew. So I just, when she started questioning me, I just said, you know what, I'm going to tell you, but don't say a thing to Dad. Don't say a thing to Wendy. You got to promise me. I didn't want her to ever talk about this again. And that was the day that she found out. It was when I got the checks.
What she doesn't say on the wire is, it's happening again. I was approached by another extortionist today. Does she say that?
No, she's talking very carefully.
And you say carefully, but isn't carefully the same thing as code?
No, they're two totally separate things. You know the difference?
You weren't really giving her money for a TV, were you?
Giving her money for a TV.
This TV is probably going to be about $5. I need you to bring cash tonight.
I wish she picked another object on planet Earth other than TV. But TV is code for absolutely nothing. There is no code in this case involving TV. And you keep circling and circling and circling TV, you're wrong.
Is it a coincidence that the repair of the TV that you bought Wendy as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman is your sister's alibi for the murder? And then your mom brings up TV, first call on the wire?
It's not an alibi for a murder. She had a broken TV. You got to ask Lincoln who threw the remote at the TV.
Was it a coincidence? Is the TV thing a coincidence? That's what I hear you say.
Oh, that the repairman was there that day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is a coincidence for sure. There's a couple of coincidences in this case.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I said there's a couple of coincidences in this case. I mean, she had people send her an email to go buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon for their Stock the Bar party, and she was driving to a liquor store to buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon on that day at that time, and her friend sent the email, and you have the email and evidence. Like, is that a coincidence? Yeah, coincidences happen.
And that you might not be the right Katie talk. That doesn't seem to really fit with your theory of the case, does it? What was your explanation for that? Why you kept saying you might not be the right Katie? I mean, she's definitely the right Katie, right?
Absolutely. She knew it was. I was implying it was her. I was just trying to say, I'm not setting you up, but I need your help.
On call B, your mom, you call your mom back and you say, probe her a little bit, and ultimately you say, you think someone's trying to blackmail you? That's crazy. Why does it sound like this is something that's new and unfathomable to you at that moment?
Well, because I wasn't even following what my mom was talking about on the first call. And on the second call, when she shocked me when she said that. And I'd been extorted before. And her saying to bring cash, everything just didn't sound right.
Could we play clip 4, please? This is from Dolce.
What? Sorry, from what?
Clip 4 from Dolce.
Okay, we're about to hear La Dolce Vita tape. Irene Kuznick, thanks so much for the super chat. How's Charlie going to answer La Dolce Vita tape? Here we go.
Even if they had any evidence, the first words out of your mouth on this clip, even if they had any evidence. No, strike. The quote is, if you say, if they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. And I know you already testified about this, but does an innocent person say, if they had any evidence?
Right. Katie's saying it's the police, and I'm saying that we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence to show we were part of something that we were part of. If we had any part of this, we'd be going to the airport right now. And I
Isn't
still say
it
the
true,
same
doctor,
thing.
that they're not going to have any evidence because you were careful?
No, because we weren't a part of this.
You were smart.
No, we weren't a part of this.
You walled yourself off
I
from
was
the
sure they're
killers.
not going to have evidence to show I did something I didn't do. So we're not running to the airport.
And you're untouchable, right?
No, we didn't do a murder. I wasn't part of a murder. There's no reason to run to the airport.
In the next clip, you're discussing what's going to happen if this person that did the bump goes to the police. And you're going through all these scenarios, these possibilities.
Wait, if he goes to the police?
Yeah, the blackmailer goes to the police. They're going to say, where's the weapon? And he's not going to know. He's just going to have hearsay, basically. Someone told me they did it. It's not going to be enough to get the investigation anywhere. Why are you thinking through the possibility of the blackmailer going to the cops if the blackmailer doesn't have any dirt on you to take to the cops?
I wasn't thinking about the blackmailer. What I was trying to say is I don't know anything about Sigfredo. I don't know anything about this crime. I was trying to tell her that I'm harmless. I don't have any knowledge of what went on. Like, the last thing I wanted is that now that she's saying it's the police, is someone to come and kill me and think I'm some kind of loose end. So that's why I'm saying that.
But that's not what you're saying. You're saying if this is a person that Luis Rivera ran his mouth to and they go to the police, it's going to be worth zero because they're not going to know anything other than, hey, my brother told me this.
I don't know if I was saying with someone who knows Luis Rivera. I was trying to make a point that I don't know anything.
And then you suggest what they would have to do is get him to wear a wire and get the person to confess. And that's probably what this could be, an effort to do, right?
Well, they're thinking that we were part of a murder. So this was the same thing I said before, is that this is their theory. So this is a police tactic, and it could be either a bad guy or the police. And this is how they're pursuing it.
Exactly. So as long as you keep your mouth shut, you can get away with murder, right?
No, not at all.
Isn't that what you told Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, Ryan Fitzpatrick is someone who stole over $500,000 from me.
That's not my question, sir.
Sorry.
Did you say that to Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, never at all.
Why do you go into so much detail about rental car examples? Let's start with, strike that. Can you agree that the Prius, you knew that the police were looking for a Prius at the time you met at this Dolce Vita restaurant?
I think it had been released at that time.
All right, and you heard the recording. You're arguing. Let's play the clip. This is going to be clip. I think let's play 7 and 8, please. Dolce.
Because the fact is like, even if, let's say, he's in my car, and then I go ahead and I get in the car, and I go, when you're dating in the car, I go, yeah, she was in my car, and she got out, and she did this horrible crime. Okay, they come and they get the DNA in the car, they go, yep, he was in my car. No, he was out of the car for 2 minutes, got an EAC, and they got out of the car. He has nothing to do with you guys. Outside of that, there's no evidence. Okay? If you have a car and you can link this person to renting that car, okay. But you have to prove that they were also driving that day and rented it and rented it to a friend. What if you rented a car and hey, can I borrow for the weekend? I'll bring it back on Tuesday. You go, yeah, sure. So you rented a car. You've been in that car. I drive into fucking Orlando. I rob McDonald's in Orlando. I come back and I go to and we go, okay, thanks. Yeah, you rented it. But what if you were fucking out all weekend and you didn't know I took your car? I did something and I brought it back. Okay. My point is, I don't have any knowledge. Evidently, this person is either pretending to or does. I don't want someone paying business.
It sounds like you're saying, even if they track down the Prius, even if there's DNA or fingerprints in the Prius, meaning like they can link someone to the Prius, that's not going to be enough evidence to make any arrests in this case. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. what I'm doing is I'm
You've
restating.
answered my question.
Can I give you an
On redirect, you'll have an opportunity.
Well,
My question was.
One moment.
My question
We're not
was-
just wildly arguing. Mr. Adelson, please answer the question.
Okay.
I can just ask you a yes or no question.
Please allow me
and
to
you're-
answer your question.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Help yourself out.
What I was saying to Katie is that the information she had just told me in the car about Sigfredo not being there when the crime was committed, she told me that Sigfredo was high on drugs at the hotel and that Luis had rented a car and that he's the one who killed Dan. And I'm restating to her that I don't have any knowledge of what went on, and that all I know is that Sigfredo wasn't even there when this happened. So that's what I'm restating to her.
Right. That's what I mean. When even if you sit in a car and get your DNA in the car, and you're only in it for a minute and a half, and they find your DNA in the car, doesn't mean you did the murder. That's what I mean. Is that I heard Sigfredo was on drugs, and and I have no knowledge of it. Thanks for letting me translate, Georgia. It's so dumb and ridiculous.
That Sigfredo can't be caught even if he's connected to the crime, to the car.
I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed Dan.
Okay. Wouldn't it be good for you, because you know now that Sigfredo is the extortionist, right? She just told you that in the car?
Sigfredo, yeah.
Okay. And wouldn't it be good for you if the police investigation into the Prius led to the arrest of the killers/extortionists?
If they arrested the people that killed Dan,
Yeah.
I know the extortion would stop. As long as I kept my mouth shut, I'd be safe.
Right. So why are you trying to argue to her that like the car is not going to lead anywhere? They're not going to be able to do anything with the car.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed him.
Did you say on this recording, if they're a bad guy, there's two ways of dealing with it. Go ahead and contact the police. They'll contact him, the blackmailer, and arrange a setup. Take him down and he'll proffer 10 years and now tell us everything you know or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison. Next thing you know, this person is singing. He's calling out your name. My parents are going to have to tell the story of what happened. Singing about what? About the extortion?
No, I think you're reading it wrong. I know the audible is bad.
What would
Are those the words?
Yes, sir. What would the extortionist, and now I'm referring to the one that contacted your mother.
The Latin King extortion.
Well, they're both Latin kings, right?
The second extortion.
What would they have to sing about?
The second extortion would be singing and talking about the first extortion, where they learned their information from.
Who cares? That doesn't have anything to do with you.
Well, when they catch the first extortion, Katie's tied to them and I'm tied to Katie. They're going to come talk to us, and we're going to be in danger when we tell them what happened. So I was saying if they catch the second, they're going to turn in on the first, and that's the same thing I said yesterday.
You gave very precise instructions to Catherine McBanois on what she was to say when she calls the phone number, right?
Yeah,
Did you do that?
Absolutely.
And then you say, quote, "You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it." Aren't you telling her that if Garcia can't handle this problem and kill whoever's behind this, you will have someone else do it?
You're reading it totally wrong.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
No, you're wrong.
When Dan Markel's murder was taking too long to happen, didn't you tell Catherine McBanois that if she couldn't get it done, you would find someone else to do it?
No, I've never said that either.
And then you say in the recording, I'm back to Dolce now. Yeah, and guess what? When the effing police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his effing driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. So you knew you'd be believed if you went to the police, right?
I didn't know I'd be believed, but I feared for my life.
And then you say, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be fucking Nazi shit, because this will be done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. What is Nazi shit?
That's an expression that Katie would use to describe someone that's going crazy. I think the Nazis were absolutely crazy people. So I'm saying I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on the guy that's trying to extort my mom for money. I'll pay someone to go threaten him and to scare him. I was not talking about killing anybody.
Well, you say the word kill. Yes?
No. Oh, when you're putting the words in my mouth, well, we can
No,
do that
sir.
sentence.
Do you say the word kill?
I'm talking about if Sigfredo's coming after you, he's such a dangerous guy, you'd have to kill him to stop him. That's the only thing you could do. Not talking about killing the extorter. I'm talking a second extortion.
Okay.
I'm saying that if Sigfredo's coming after you, the only thing that you could do is you'd have to kill him to stop him. I'm not talking about killing it.
Right. Killing to stop him. He was totally willing to murder someone else, not himself, not get his own answer, to murder someone else to protect himself and his family's freedom and name. Because, of course, everything is image, money, power, and winning to this family.
Anybody, I'm talking about that's the only way that you could stop Sigfredo from coming after you is you would have to kill him. And that's exactly what I said there. You're wrong. That's exactly what I said.
All right. Thank you. Nazis kill, right? Isn't that like their primary objective?
No, I think Nazis are insane, crazy people.
That exterminate, right?
That kill, yes, but they're crazy. That was an expression she would use, and that's when I used it to her, but basically saying I'm gonna have someone go crazy on this guy. I could have used the word crazy. I thought it was interchangeable.
Isn't what you're doing here in this portion of the tape feeling her out to make sure Garcia doesn't have any bad feelings toward you?
When I said it, yeah, I thought he could have been behind the second extortion. I think I've said that before.
And you go into like how your relationships didn't overlap. You never disrespected him. And you mentioned that, you don't think that I assume you mean these other people, associates that have contacted your mom would want to mess with his connections, right? You remember?
You're talking about the copycat extortion.
Right. And then you ask if he's too far removed or can he still make a call? Are you referring to Garcia in that?
Yeah, exactly.
So can Garcia make a call to try to figure out who this is?
Garcia helped stop the second extortion. Someone's doing a piggyback extortion on the first. That's exactly what I said.
On the topic of conversation for Captain Magbanua, don't you say, I look for things to do. I show you, that's the difference. You don't ask me for shit. You said all those things. Right?
Absolutely. Because that's proving what I've been saying all along is that I didn't think she was part of this. So I was doing things to keep her happy from time to time. Ethan's birthday, I brought up there. I gave her $300. I helped her out with the car when her car was broken. For sure.
And then you say, listen, you giving somebody money is not an admission of any kind of guilt. Would paying the money have made her look guilty?
That's what she was saying to me. She said it's the police. You can't pay the police. They're going to think you were part of a murder and they're going to arrest you.
But if it was an extortionist, it could have created a monster, right?
And if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed.
So when these guys, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed, or you could keep getting extorted.
But your main concern was that if we pay, this guy will think I'm an ATM machine, right? He'll keep coming back again and again and again. Don't you articulate that to Captain Magbanua?
If it was an extorter, that was one of the concerns. And the other concern was not paying him and getting killed.
But what you say is, well, I don't remember the quote exactly. The main concern, what I'm most worried about, is that they're going to keep coming back for more, right?
I don't remember using the word the main concern.
But what you don't say in here is like what you or your homies have been doing to me for 2 years.
Of course not. I don't want her to think I'm setting her up.
Why are you explaining extortion and how extortion works to Catherine McBanoa?
In there?
Yeah.
Because I know.
But she knows too, doesn't she?
So I repeat myself. I do that.
You also explain it to your mother how extortion works, and has known about it for 2 years too, right?
From what I told her, yeah. I'm reminding her.
Then you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. And if someone's messing with me, they're messing with you. It's one and the same, right?
Yes, I said that.
You're in this together, right?
We're both innocent.
You were very obviously relieved on the wire when you came to the conclusion that this was law enforcement. Would you agree with that?
Very relieved, yeah.
All right. And at that same time that on the wire you're expressing relief, or I should say, shortly after all the relief expressed on the wire, we've got the arrest of Catherine McBanoa, right?
No.
No. Okay. Would you agree that it goes relief on the wire, then arrest of Catherine McBanoa?
Do you want to give me dates? Because Kathy was arrested 6 months later.
Okay.
The wire
Can we
was in
agree
April.
that
She was
you were
arrested in
very
October.
relieved on the wire and that 6 months later, Catherine McBanoa was arrested?
She was arrested 6 months later, correct?
And 6 months later, after you were completely relieved on the wire, you begin to exhibit these extreme behavior changes that we've heard about. And what is your explanation for that?
Because I thought I'd be falsely arrested.
Falsely arrested. I think it's wrongfully accused. Falsely arrested? Is that even a phrase? Arrested even though I'm innocent? Accused of this crime even though I'm innocent?
Did you encourage Catherine McBanoa to reconcile with Garcia? That's a yes or no.
Yes, for sure I did.
Yeah, you're right. It is a phrase. False arrest. Right. Thank you, Black Eyed Susan's false arrest. False imprisonment. I just don't connect it with falsely arrested with Charlie Adelson, and certainly not falsely arrested with Charlie Adelson. Yeah, falsely is an adverb, Charlie. Thank you, Eric. Yeah. Just sounded so awkward and strange.
Was that a good decision for her or a good decision for you?
Neither.
You've heard your lawyer say that you talk a lot. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And you talk a lot on the wire, right?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree you're not a direct person?
My direct person?
There's a lot of circular talking on the wire.
I mean, however you want to describe my mannerisms of talking, you're welcome to describe them.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is, do you agree that you are like that?
I think at times I'm direct, for sure.
Do you have a way of saying things without really saying it?
No, I think I'm pretty direct with things.
Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
No, I don't. I'm not part of a murder.
Who are they going to believe, right? An oral surgeon or a gangster?
That's extorting me in my driveway and coming and threatening me.
You're untouchable, right?
No, I'm not part of this murder.
There was a lot of talk about going to the police on the wire, which I think we've well established did not happen. But you've always gone to the police before, right?
I've had other things that have gone to the police for, yeah.
You've gone to the police in reference to something to do with your child's mother? Yes or no?
Yes.
You've gone to the police when you were threatened to be blackmailed over something with a woman back in 2015. Remember that?
No, I didn't go to the police.
Did you send a letter from your lawyer indicating that describing her actions as an attempted shakedown and indicating that not only will Dr. Adelson never pay a settlement, he will undoubtedly prevail and seek attorney's fees against your client?
Right. That's a civil complaint, and somebody was making an unfounded civil complaint and threatening filing a lawsuit, and an attorney handled the civil complaint. The police were never notified, but it was a civil suit.
It was somebody trying to shake you down for money.
It was a unfounded claim from a civil suit to me and another dentist that it was involving.
It was a claim that potentially had criminal implications as well, wasn't it, Doctor?
For me?
Yes.
No. There was never a police investigation with that.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
I had a reporter almost kill my 10-week-old puppy dog that I was walking because I was going for a walk in the morning and he was stalking outside my house.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving
He called the police on a reporter. How Alec Baldwin of you. Charlie Adelson. I missed that before. He almost killed my dog, just the way Alec Baldwin falsely accused a reporter of almost chipping Hillary Thomas Baldwin's tooth. You guys remember that? First it was you chipped her tooth, and then it was you almost chipped her tooth. Very Alec Baldwin of you, Charlie Adelson.
aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
He was more able to hit my dog too, but yeah.
Do your nephews deserve to know the whole truth about who killed their father?
Yeah, now they do.
Do Danny's parents deserve to know what happened to their son?
Absolutely.
And you say you knew. I mean, you now.
Do Danny's parents deserve to know what happened to their son? Yes, they do. And Ruth and Phil Markel are sitting right there, and he can't look at them. Very telling.
Say you knew a big piece of what happened, right?
Yes.
Do you feel bad about not volunteering that to Danny's parents?
I feel a sense of relief that now I was able to tell everybody what finally happened.
Yesterday, almost 10 years later, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you didn't just know a big piece of it. You were a big piece of it, weren't you, Doctor?
I was extorted, and I knew a lot, yeah.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay, that is it. We made it 4 hours. Record number of people watching, 1,910 people across all platforms. Thank you, guys. I'm going to end the show the way I end all my shows on this subject, or most of them. Please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, share this episode. It really helps. This is from Charlie's trial, a victim impact letter to the Honorable Stephen Everett, who's also the judge in Donna Adelson's trial, which starts tomorrow, I've been told. I was wrong. I thought it was set to start Tuesday, and I think they moved it back because of the holiday, I hear. To the Honorable Stephen Everett, it has taken me a long time to write this letter. Every time I start, I become very emotional. I know to the world Danny was an academic, a professor, and an intellect, but to me, Danny was my cousin and my friend. The memories that I have with Danny are filled with warmth and love. Every time he walked into a room, He brought light and love with him. He was the most devoted father to his 2 boys, Benjamin and Lincoln. He was a loving son to my aunt and uncle, Ruth and Phil, and an incredible brother to my cousin, Shelley. He had a very special bond with all his nieces and nephews, but he was an incredible friend to all. My times with Danny are not remembered by his academic excellence and his achievement, although they were beyond impressive. My memories of Danny are from our family get-togethers, dinners, and celebrations. He was always the life of the party, always singing and dancing and smiling. Our Passover Seders were one of his favorite family gatherings. He would never miss it. Regardless of which part of the world he was in, whether Israel or Cambridge or Washington or Tallahassee, he always found a way to be there. That's how important family was to him. As much as I miss Danny, the fact that I do not know his boys and that they aren't able to attend all our family gatherings makes this emptiness in my heart that much more profound. Danny was loved by all. He was loved by me. Danny is missed by all. He is missed by me. I pray that justice will finally prevail. I pray for my family to eventually find some form of peace. Lisa Haupt. Okay, I'm off tomorrow. I'll see you guys Tuesday. Have a great night. Thanks so much for watching. Thank you so much to Murder by Maestro for moderating. I appreciate it for your Herculean effort, especially in your time zone. Have a terrific night, everybody. See you Tuesday at 6.
What a stitch you're in. You plotted a murder 'cause you wanted to raise your daughter's kid. Tallahassee is just a stop on the way to civilization. Miami is where all the fancy people are. The TV is about 5. You can't get away from that. Two-toe, tay-toe, hoo-ho, you know the guy you pay, and you can't get away from that. Oh, Donna, what a stitch you're in. You thought jail was just for the little people, but now you're so blankets with the locked up crew. You're a grandmother in lockdown, and you're one-way ride to... Oh, Donna, what a stitch you're in. Your family are exiled from the social circles you swam in. We all know you never made that banana bread or offered to babysit for Dan, but you'll soon be making license plates and things